House Committee on Transportation will now come to order. The time is 1:04 p.m. The clerk call the roll.
Chairman Canales.
Here.
Rainey. Ashby. Davis. Gomez.
Here.
Harrison Williamson.
Present.
Landgraf. Lozano. Lujan.
Here.
Oraz.
Present.
Patterson.
Present.
Perez.
Here.
Romero. Quorum is present.
Quorum is present. Good afternoon, members. Everybody join us today. We're going to continue the business of the House Committee on Transportation. To all those wishing to testify in person today, please make sure that you have registered in the electronic affirmation form in the hallway. If you could not know how to do it, please see my clerk to my right, your left, and we're going to be limiting testimony to 2 minutes today. Out of the respect for the viewers and everybody in here and the members, if you've got testimony that is going to repeat what the person in front of you just said, please do not do so. If you've got some sort of written testimony and you think you want to submit it, we would be more than happy to take it. To the folks watching at home, the Committee on Transportation can be seen in public comments and individual bills for discussion today. For all those who are interested in submitting those public comments, please view the notice of the public hearing that can be found on the Transportation Committee on the House of Representatives websites. When you have selected the notice, scroll down to the very bottom of the website for the information. Members like to continue the practice of reserving the questions till the witnesses are done testifying. If you have a cell phone, please silence it. Lastly, we call authors generally according to seniority present. Members, any questions before we proceed? Chair hearing no questions.
Do you want to do your bill first?
No.
Three first.
Is he here?
He's not here. Ken, not here. Hernandez. Oh, I don't think we have any authors here.
I don't know.
Representative Perez.
Marianne, you ready?
You ready?
Okay, the chair lays out HB 1511. The chair offers up the committee substitute HB 1511. Sorry, the chair lays out HB 1511. The chair offers up the committee substitute HB 1511. The chair recognizes Representative Perez to explain the bill.
Chairman Canales, Vice Chair Rainey, and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to lay out committee substitute House Bill 1511 before you today. This bill clarifies, updates, and improves statutes related to navigation districts and port authorities that involve real property leases, sales, exchanges, and easement grants. The Texas Water Code allows navigation districts and port authorities to sell property under very specific circumstances that limit their ability to function efficiently. Current processes are redundant and unnecessarily slow. HB 1511 will give navigation districts and port authorities the same flexibility granted to other governmental entities to efficiently and effectively conduct real estate transactions for the betterment of Texas business and consumers. HB 1511 will allow navigation districts and port authorities the ability to exchange property for other property, convey other lesser property interests, and 3, impose use restrictions on property subject to sale or exchange. Specifically, this bill clarifies that these districts may exchange real property interests for others, all while maintaining the ability to impose restrictions on future development of those interests. It will allow for districts to dispose of property to electric and telecommunication utilities on the terms and conditions necessary for a public purpose. HB 1511 authorizes a district to exchange or transfer certain real property interests, like narrow strips of real property resulting from boundary conflicts or insubstantial encroachments from abutting owners. Lastly, districts may dispose of real property in regards to the aforementioned occasions without complying with the public notice and bidding requirements. Also, I would like to note that the committee substitute does not make any substantive changes to the bill. The committee substitute simply removes a section to narrow the bill down so that it applies solely to electric or telecommunication utilities. With us here today, we have Kara Kenny with the Port of Houston and Glenna Brunn from the Texas Port Association to testify in favor of the bill and answer any questions you may have. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully request the right to close.
Members, are there any questions of Representative Perez? Chair hearing none calls Henry Carrick.
Kara Kenny.
Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Canales and members of the committee. My name is Carrick Henney. I'm Chief Government and Public Relations Officer at the Port of Houston. I appreciate the opportunity to address you all today. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 1511. This bill, as stated, clarifies, updates, and improves statutes.
Give me 1 minute. I know you told me where you work. You need to tell me who you represent.
Port of Houston.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. As stated, this bill clarifies, updates, and improves statutes related to navigation districts and port authorities that involve sales, exchanges, and leases of their real property or real property interests. Under current law, navigation districts and port authorities are required to go through a public notice and bidding process anytime they wish to dispose of their real property or real property interests, which can be unnecessary and time-consuming as well as increase transaction costs for disposing of such property. This bill would help navigation districts and port authorities more effectively develop their facilities for moving cargo more efficiently, as well as better fulfill their public purpose when disposing of their real property or real property interests. On behalf of the Port of Houston Authority, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate you being here. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Chair now calls Glenna Brune. Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Canales and committee members. My name is Glenna Brune. I'm the Executive Director and CEO of the Texas Ports Association. I'm testifying in support of HB 1511 on behalf of Texas Ports.
Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to address you all today. TPA represents 20 ports along the coastal spine, from large to small in size and varied in commodity and tonnage. This bill is a cleanup of Chapter 60 of the Water Code and resolves issues in Section 60.038. It allows the port to handle interests in real property differently if used in customary development within port terminals. Currently, when ports need to provide easement access to electrical suppliers or communication companies, the land goes through a public bid process that's not necessary, it's costly, and is falsely perceived as true open competition. It's not open competition because the only realistic buyer of the specified land is the specific supplier. This bill remedies that and creates clarity and simplicity in the process. On behalf of the 20 ports that are members of the Texas Ports Association, thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you for your support of Texas Ports. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. That's all the witnesses we have. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against the measure? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Perez to close on the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, thank you for your time. I would greatly appreciate your favorable consideration. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I close.
At this time, the chair withdraws the committee substitute to HB 1511. Thank you, Representative Perez. HB 1511 will be left pending at this time. At this time, the chair lays out HB 2224 and recognizes Representative Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. House Bill 2224 would make streets safer by extending the option for municipalities to declare a lower speed limit in residential streets without requiring them to perform an engineering or traffic investigation as is already allowed for counties. In 2020, there were more than 27,000 total speed-involved crashes across Texas, resulting in roughly 900 fatalities and 2,100 serious injuries, according to the Texas Department of Transportation data. Lowering speed limits is a proven method to make streets safer for pedestrians. Unless posted otherwise, the default speed limit on residential streets is 30 miles per hour. If cities determine that a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit is unsafe, Texas law currently requires municipalities to conduct extensive engineering or traffic investigations in order to declare a lower speed limit. Currently counties are allowed to set 20 miles per hour speed limits in unincorporated areas without conducting the investigations. And so this would just align municipalities with counties. I believe we have some witnesses here. Be happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions of the representative? Thank you. You do have quite a few witnesses. We'll reserve your right to close. Chair calls Ann O'Ryan, please. Please step forward, take your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Ann O'Ryan. I'm with AAA Texas, a leading advocate for traffic safety for all road users for nearly 120 years. We're here in support of HB 2224.
Thank you, Ms. O'Ryan. Proceed.
We know that crash rates are too high. According to the Texas Department of Transportation Motor Vehicle Crash Facts for the last year available, 2021, there were 631 pedestrian and bicycle crashes. Pedestrian fatalities increased more than 15% from 2020, while bicycle fatalities increased nearly 14% during that time. Research has determined that there is a significant reduction in crashes, injuries, and deaths simply by reducing speeds in residential communities. The AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety, which has been working to save lives through research and education for more than 75 years, conducted a study on this and the impact of speed and crashes. According to the foundation, a pedestrian struck by a vehicle at 41 miles per hour has a 75% chance of being seriously injured or killed. Reduce that speed to 25 miles per hour and the risk of injury or death from getting struck by a vehicle drops to 25%. Lowering the speed by a few miles per hour can make the difference between life and death, injury, and avoiding a crash altogether. And experience shows that the lower speed limits saves lives. After New York City was allowed to lower its speed limit to 25 miles per hour in 2014, the fatality rate for pedestrians dropped 25%. Similar results were achieved in Boston and Seattle. Research and experience demonstrates that lowering the speed limits in residential areas will make roads safer for everyone: children, adults, senior citizens, bicyclists, and our four-legged companions that, along with children, may dash into the street in front of a car. Given this information, we believe that an engineering study to lower the speed limit in residential communities is unnecessary, time-consuming, and costly. That's why AAA Texas is asking for your support for HB 2224 and to act quickly on it and pass it in the committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you. The chair calls Fran Rhodes. Please come forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Fran Rhodes. I am representing myself and True Texas Project against the bill.
Please proceed.
We believe that allowing cities to do this without any kind of a study to determine its necessity is not fair to drivers, that it may be trying to push us into a situation where we're trying to get cars off the road and force people into public transportation by slowing traffic down. We just are vehemently against this bill, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Terry Hall. Ms. Hall, tell us your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Terry Hall with Texans for Toll-Free Highways, Texas Turf, and today I'm also speaking on behalf of Grassroots America, We the People, a statewide organization that was founded in 2009. We oppose this because we feel it's giving unilateral powers to cities to lower speed limits without these studies. And they also deem it in an area called a residence district, which is not clearly defined in statute. And these cities could use this language to turn virtually any road into a school zone with this kind of language. It basically refers to another section of statute that just says two-lane undivided road. I live right off a two-lane undivided road, and it's a highway. So this could be used very broadly. The point of a traffic and engineering study is to require cities to actually examine whether or not the lower speed limit can actually exacerbate the issues on the roadway, whether accident rates, fatalities, et cetera. Without any examination of safety or engineering on a road, this power can and will be abused against drivers to slow traffic unnecessarily. If it's necessary to do the study, then why not do the studies to prove it? Or in other words, if it's necessary to lower the speed limit, why not do the studies necessary to prove that that's needed? There's a reason the cities want to skip the step, and we believe it's unilateral control. In a growing state with increasing congestion, this is not the direction we should take. It's part of the city's push for these California-style traffic calming measures that intentionally create congested conditions for cars in an effort to force drivers into mass transit, walking, or biking. The stated goal of net zero and vision zero style climate plans adopted by city officials in most of our Texas cities, and they're not just urban areas, it's rural areas too. They admit they're implementing policies to deliberately slow cars to force them out of their cars. Austin's Climate Action Plan states we created the plan through the lens of racial equity, and under strategy number 4, it says we support locally initiative community events that are car-free and to expand slow streets programs. In the bicycle policy, it states these local neighborhood streets are naturally more attractive for cyclists and can be further improved through traffic calming measures. FHWA defines traffic calming as the primary purpose of it is to support the livability of residential and commercial areas, commercial notice, not just resident, and these objectives are typically achieved by reducing vehicle speeds. Because of that, we urge you to oppose this bill or somehow define residents, how is it worded in here? Residence district to make sure we're combining this to where, is it like 75% single-family homes? Is it one apartment complex on a major boulevard? I mean, this is really broad and can very much be used against drivers that are really just trying to get to where they need to go.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Don Dixon. Mr. Dixon, step forward. Please tell us your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Don Dixon. I'm representing myself, and I'm against the bill. Basically, I just have an uneasy feeling about that controlling the speeds like this in terms of that the intent is to push people out of cars into public transportation.
Mr. Dixon, you are repeating the testimony of 2 witnesses before you. If you've got anything new to add, please do so, but repeating is not going to be allowed. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are my comments.
thank you. Chair calls Kathy Sokolick. If I've got that wrong, please correct me.
Kathy Sokolick with...
Apologize.
That's okay.
Tell me your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
My name is Kathy Sokolick, Chair of Central Texas Families for Safe Streets, and we're in favor of the bill.
Go ahead.
Since I was here last week, just a quick recap that we are a horrible club of families impacted by traffic crashes. My 9-year-old nephew was hit by a driver and incapacitated, dying after 5 years of 24-hour care. He was hit on a little residential street. I want what happened to my family to stop happening to families across Texas. I don't want new members to join our club. The speed limit on Bend Street was 30 miles an hour. We live in a planned community aimed at making walking and cycling safe and easy. Folks with disabilities have ramps and crosswalks and stop signs. The speed limit never should have been 30. There is a playground down the street from Ben's house with swings and a field for sports. Kids of all ages run around the area, and parents are terrified for them to cross the street on their own. I want Texas cities to be allowed to set safe residential speed limits and design neighborhood streets where kids can safely live their whole childhoods. I want to be clear here that we are focused on 2-lane, undivided, unmarked streets like in neighborhoods. Have you ever been to a neighborhood association meeting where people are yelling, asking for speed bumps? I'm sure a discussion has happened somewhere in every House district in the state about lowering neighborhood speed limits in the last year. My neighbors call me terrified that what happened to our family will happen to theirs. We are frustrated. We want things to change. We want our cities to be able to help us let our kids cross the street. Let our cities do what is needed in our own neighborhoods. This is why I ask that you support HB 2224 to allow Texas cities to use safe speed limits on little neighborhood streets and redesign these streets to be safe for our kids, older adults, and all of us in between. A small change in the speed limit could have changed the story for our family. We could still have Ben with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Sorry for your loss. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Jack Finger. Mr. Finger, please step forward. Tell us your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please. Jack Finger. Chair calls Jack Finger. We will show Mr. Finger as not testifying and registered against the bill. Next. Chair calls Rachel Hale. Ms. Hale, please step forward. Tell me your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Hi, Rachel Hale, Texas Eagle Forum, and we oppose this bill simply because it is just too broad. We believe it is harmful for families. Normally, I am totally for local control, However, like I said, it is too broad. It gives cities the unilateral power to lower speed limits on highways which are not designated part of the state highway system down to 25 miles per hour if someone feels the speed is unreasonable or unsafe. Cities get the authority and power to do this without traffic or engineering investigation. Only criteria is someone deems the current speed is unsafe in a residence district. Residence district is not defined in statute. This is a common, so is it a community district? Is it a commercial district? Does it have one residence? Is it a neighborhood with at least 75% single-family homes? Is it an apartment complex? The only thing that is defined in the statute is a two-lane road without a median. I live in rural East Texas. There are numerous two-lane roads with no medians that are major highways. This would, it would allow this law to lower those roads, making it extremely miserable to ever leave home. I fear this bill dips its toe into dangerous territory, which is to help implement Vision Zero. The ultimate goal being pushed by the World Economic Forum and the federal government is to get rid of 90% of all vehicles by 2030. The push is for mass transit, walking and biking. Again, these are not viable options in rural East Texas and other parts of the state. Houston Mayor Turner said he reiterated this concern when he stated when buses and trains are going faster than trucks and cars, people will exit their cars and trucks and use buses and trains. I believe this bill was filed for a good reason. However, I just don't know if the possible unintended consequences were considered, and I truly believe free people want the freedom to move around the way that they see fit, and respectfully ask you to oppose this bill.
Any members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls Jay Crossley. Mr. Crossley, please step forward. Tell us your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Hello, Jay Blazek Crossley with Farm and City. I'm in favor of this bill. Thank you, Chair Canales and members of the Transportation Committee for your time and your efforts to make Texas streets safe. This bill does not change the ability of cities to change speed limits on major streets and freeways. Section 545.346B2 restricts this bill to only two-lane undivided highways. This bill is not an attempt to make it difficult or uncomfortable to drive a car or truck unless you think it's uncomfortable to drive safely. This bill is not attempting to limit Texas traffic engineers from fulfilling their roles to design streets and standards that can facilitate our lifestyles without taking human lives on a daily basis. This bill does not impose anything on any city in any of your districts. This bill is a permissive local option bill to allow cities to set speed limits to 20 or 25 miles per hour on two-lane undivided streets in residential areas and urban districts. Residential districts are clearly defined in section 541.102 as any stretch of 300 feet that is primarily residential, and urban districts are similarly well defined in the code. If a city does not believe their residents will be safer with lower speed limits, this bill does not require them to change a single thing or pay any additional expense. In the Texas cities where communities, residents, elected officials, and traffic engineers already believe their residents deserve safe neighborhood streets, this bill will make the process efficient for cities to provide consistent safe speed limits on little streets in the same way counties can now do for unincorporated neighborhoods. For other cities that don't want citywide residential speed limit changes, when yet another neighborhood association shows up asking for safe streets, this bill will give the city the ability to change speed limits in a targeted manner on small little streets. This bill will allow cities to set speed limits appropriate for our residential areas, allow Texas traffic engineers to design those streets so that we all feel safe driving at a safe speed, and will to some degree reduce the incident and severity of crashes on these little streets. I want my 8-year-old son to have the freedom of not facing death if he's trying to walk to his friend's house. Thank you very much.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on or against the measure? Not, the chair recognizes Representative Hernandez to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for your time, and I respectfully ask for your favorable consideration, and I close.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Members, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. HB 2224 will be left pending at this time.
And there's your bills. No one else is in
We just saw Representative Thompson. Is he here?
Do you want to do yours?
Yeah, I guess. Which one?
Let's start with the HJR.
So,
What's one else on the check?
Gotcha. Okay, at this time, the Chair lays out HJR 144. Chair recognizes Representative Canals to explain the resolution.
Thank you, members, for allowing me to lay out HJR 144. The State Highway Fund, or Fund 6, is a Texas Department of Transportation's primary funding source and receives revenues from taxes and fees that we all pay. The current requirement in the Constitution specifies that the state highway funds can only be used on public roadways, but prohibits these funds from being used in seaports, airports, spaceports, land ports of entry, and international bridges. The COVID pandemic and the ongoing invasion of the Ukraine have resulted in a global supply chain slowing, causing worldwide challenges that are affecting Texans and all people in the United States. The supply chain crisis has illuminated the importance of the state's investment in our major transportation hubs. What this does is it amends Section 7A, Article 8 of the Texas Constitution to allow the State Highway Fund to be used to acquire right-of-way, construct, maintain roadways in seaports, airports, spaceports, land ports of entry, and international bridges. If there's, and stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, are there any questions for Chairman Canales? Seeing none, Chair will reserve your right to close. This time we'll go to public testimony. The Chair calls Fran Rhodes. Ms. Rhodes, please state your name, who you represent on the bill, and your position on the bill.
Thank you. Fran Rhodes with True Texas Project, and we are in opposition to the bill. We are constantly facing traffic problems in this state with congested highways and being told that TxDOT does not have the funds to improve the roads or expand the roads. And we feel like the fees and taxes dedicated to roads need to be left with roads, and we find other solutions for air and seaports. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. The Chair will now call Gregory Porter. Gregory Porter. Gregory Porter. Do we need to show him as being
Not tested.
Do not testify.
Okay, we're going to show Gregory Porter as against the bill but not testifying. This time the Chair calls Terry Hall. Ms. Hall, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Sure. It's Terry Hall with Texas Turf, Texans for Toll-Free Highways, and today also Grassroots America, We the People.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hall, we also show you as representing yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And so this would take constitutionally dedicated state gasoline tax.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hall, I interrupted you.
Oh, sorry, we oppose.
You are against the bill,
Yes,
right?
I'm so
Okay.
sorry, yes. And that's because we feel like, well, there's a number of reasons, but it's diverting some of our road money to ports of entry, spaceports, which no doubt would benefit Elon Musk and SpaceX and such, seaports and international bridges. But any money that we take from our state highway fund for purposes other than what's currently enumerated in our Constitution, it's a dedicated fund for a reason, that is our primary source of fund in our roads. That means it's less money for other parts of the state. There are a host of funding sources available to ports, and the international bridges already charge tolls to cross those. So rather than dedicate a special funding for ports and bridges, why don't we bring American jobs back so we have less stress at the border from the flood of foreign imports? Also, this is why we have funding formulas from our existing gas tax system. It's negotiated very carefully among so many of the MPOs and different stakeholders who work hard to try and get a fair system of funding for each part of the state. While we know it's not perfect because everybody thinks their part of the state needs more money, there's no question about that. We feel like we shouldn't start down this road of carving out special districts or adding infrastructure not currently funded through gasoline taxes, and that we should address these problems in another way. That's it.
Thank you for the testimony. Are there any questions for the witness? Thank you. Chair now calls Jack Finger. Jack Finger. Mr. Finger, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, other members of the committee, my name is Jack Finger. I'm from San Antonio, and I oppose this proposal. Yes.
Did he say that he represents himself?
The diversions.
Mr. Finger, I'm sorry. Did you mention that you represent yourself?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a member of various other organizations, and My apologies for not being here earlier. I was at another committee. But yeah.
You're fine, but you're just representing yourself here today,
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Diversions. We've had a number of them attacking our highway fund over, 10, 20 more years. We really don't need any more. Chuck's a whole quarter of our fund, I think, goes to education. I'm sorry. I really don't want another bad example here of, as they say, the camel's nose getting inside to the tent. Don't want another attempt to divert something because it'll just lead to other persons trying to grab something from the cookie jar. We don't have enough money for our roads as it is, and especially with the pressure with electric vehicles. No, please consider some better initiatives in this one. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for the witness? Thank you, sir. The chair now calls Steve McCraw. Steve McCraw is registered as on the bill. All right. We're going to show him as not testifying, but on the bill.
He's out in the hall. He's coming. Well, he didn't come in time. Yeah, let's just go to the next bill.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against this bill? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Chairman Kenton Alice to close on the measure.
Thank you, Representative. So this basically allows us to use it for roadways, seaports, airports, and things of that nature. It is for roads and not for anything else. And so these are instrumental in our everyday lives and how we function. And so supporting the supply chain and how we get around is instrumental. And so that's for your favorable consideration. Close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HCR 144 will be left pending at this time. At this time, the chair lays out House Bill 4422. The chair offers up a committee substitute to House Bill 4422 and recognizes Chairman Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you for allowing me to lay out the committee substitute to 4422. What this bill aims to do is increase our understanding regarding border security by studying the most effective ways to enhance border security. It's focused on the importance of securing the Texas-Mexico border, which is one of the busiest borders in the world, and recognizes the significant economic and national security implications from across the border traffic. Our state can do a better job of recognizing the potential technology and transportation infrastructure and improving border security, but we've got to study the most effective ways to use these tools to improve the security of the border, including the use of advanced sensors, automated systems, and other technology. Stand for questions.
Members, are there any questions for Chairman Canales? Seeing none, we'll reserve your right to close, sir. We're going to move on to public testimony. The chair now calls Pete Sepulveda.
Pete Sepulveda.
Yeah. Anybody named Pete here?
Let's do this. And go back to him, I guess.
Can we go back? Or do I need to put him as being here?
There he is.
Oh, he's there. Okay.
All right. Yeah, we do have an overflow room, so it may take a minute or two. Thank you, sir, for being here. If you would, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Good afternoon, Chairman, committee members. My name is Pete Sepulveda. I am the Executive Director of the Cameron County Regional Mobility Authority, and I'm here today to testify in favor of the bill. Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. Again, thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. I'm here today to discuss our regional support for House Bill 3805. Simply put, the bill...
I'm sorry, sir. This is House Bill 4422.
Sorry.
4422.
So we support the collaborative nature of the bill that would have TxDOT consult with stakeholders in the public safety and border security arena for various state departments, research institutes, and transportation partners to conduct a study on the public safety, border security, and modernization of transportation infrastructure from Texas-Mexico border crossings onto the state highway system for safe, efficient, and streamlined commercial motor vehicle connectivity that amplifies Operation Lone Star efforts. We support the inclusion of Texas-Mexico international border crossings that serve commercial vehicles, as those are the vital arteries from which international trade flows into the United States and for which Cameron County is responsible to operate and maintain. The bill goes into specific initiatives the study must evaluate, which are great ways to carefully assess and identify ways to bolster security, fortify law enforcement responses, enhance roadway infrastructure to facilitate security initiatives, and reduce traffic congestions at the ports of entry. The bill outlines what international bridge operators must balance every day, and we applaud the transportation funding strategies built into the study. We believe the study will show that our economic and food security will be the best served by an efficient and technology-assisted security apparatus that can maintain a healthy flow of traffic to and from the border. To do so will require last-mile connections to investments such as overweight corridor networks, our very own East Loop project in Brownsville, and assuring a full build-out of I-69 corridor. In the Rio Grande Valley, our international bridges tie to 3 deep water ports, 6 airports, and a spaceport. We look forward to participating in this study and bringing forth the recommended border security and infrastructure investments that will continue to assure our shared prosperity. By investing in border security, the state of Texas will set a return on its investment through a more efficient delivery of trade that Texas desperately depends on. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective.
Thank you, sir. And you were here for 4422, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any questions for this witness?
Thank you, Pete.
Seeing none, thank you for being here, sir. This time, the chair calls Steve McCraw. Thank you for being here, sir. You know the drill. Your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Yes, sir. Chairman, Steve McCraw, Director of Texas Department of Public Safety, and I'm here as a resource witness.
Yes, sir. Are there any questions?
Thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
So what the bill does is it's asking us to study through the most advanced organizations that we've got how to better bolster security while effectively moving commercial traffic. We've seen in the past that we've tried to do some commercial inspections, and we've learned a lot from that. And I believe that if we've studied in using the technology and different methodologies so that we can enhance not only border security, but the flow of traffic. And my question is to you, Colonel, do you see that there's some improvements that we can make when it comes to implementing technology and infrastructure along the Texas-Mexico border?
Yes, sir, absolutely. As you know, Texas leads the nation in terms of commercial vehicle traffic from Mexico, and certainly 3 of the top 5 are in Texas. Clearly, more infrastructure, and to your point, technology. Leveraging, well, there's way in motion. There's a number of different things that we're able to use will increase the safety of doing the inspections to begin with, but also the thoroughness, and there's no question that enhances public safety and certainly border security.
For instance, one of the things that's possible is basically, when we were doing commercial inspections right at the border, there's possibility that study could come back with a design that says we need to do it over here so it's more viable and doesn't slow down traffic, things of that nature. And so the reality is technology is improving every day. I saw a report from the Southwest Research Institute that says they don't even have an x-ray machine. They use a laser scanner now. They know the model. They know if a bolt's been moved and stuff of that nature. So I believe, in my opinion, that if we study this and get it right, we can not only assist the Department of Public Safety, but border security in general.
Absolutely. I agree.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, sir. Any other questions?
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll recognize that Ms. Davis is here.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against this measure?
Could I testify if I would register for it? In favor of it?
You'll have to come forward and register with the clerk.
Make an announcement that the bills, anybody who needs to testify in the future needs to register now.
If the, I'm sorry. I did. If there's anyone else who wants to testify on this bill or any other bill, we do have kiosks in the hallway behind us or to the side of us, not sure. But you can go out there and register, please. This time the chair calls Jerry Maldonado. If you would, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Jerry Maldonado. I represent the Laredo Motor Carriers Association. I'm the chairman of the board in the city of Laredo, Texas for this association. And I'm here to show support for the bill. Chairman Canales. Laredo, as well as McAllen, Eagle Pass, El Paso, we are the busiest. Laredo is the busiest one of all. We cross 8,000 truckloads a day, Monday through Friday, from Mexico into the U.S. every single day. Inspections, technology, whatever we can do to make that flow faster and safer, we completely support 100%. Inspections physically outside of the bridges, like we had a few months ago where DPS at the Columbia Bridge in Laredo, Texas, stopped every single truck to physically inspect them is not a good thing for the commerce, it's not a good thing for the industry, it's not a good thing for anything. On the Columbia Bridge, it took 35 minutes on average to cross a trailer from Nuevo Laredo to Laredo, Texas. When those physical inspections, intrusive inspections, not through technology, were done, it was taking up to 6 hours for a driver to get across the border. So we encourage and we are to support whatever can be done to make technology available to both CBP and Border Patrol at the bridges at the port of entries and make sure our commerce, our drivers come in and out of Mexico faster and safer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Are there any questions for this witness? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against the measure? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Chairman Canales to close on the measure.
Close.
At this time, the chair withdraws the committee substitute for HB 4422. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The HB 4422 will be left pending at this time. This time, the chair lays out House Bill 3805. The chair offers up committee substitute to House Bill 3805 and recognizes Chairman Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, members, for allowing me to lay out the committee substitute to House Bill 3805. What this committee substitute does is instructs the Transportation Commission to create a funding category in the Unified Transportation Plan for border security, establishing international trade corridors. Since 2021, Texas has spent $4 billion on Operation Lone Star, but none of this is currently being spent to enhance the infrastructure around the border. Border trade can be considered a component of border security in the sense that it involves the movement of goods, services, and people across international borders and through the state and country. And these movements have incredible security implications to not only the state of Texas, but the entire United States. Making sure that they are funded through the proper category and that funding is dedicated for those purposes, and the roadways or infrastructures around these ports of entry is true border security. If there's not any questions, I reserve the right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there any questions for Chairman Canales? Oh, Chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Chairman Canales. As it relates to this category, how will we fund it? Are we going to create a funding source for it as well? I'm just
so right now we have not created a funding source. I have a rider that is a proposed rider in the budget.
Okay.
But the proposition is we're spending, I think this session, we're going to spend upwards of probably $4-point-something billion on border security. Sure. And that is for primarily just labor. And it doesn't include any sort of infrastructure. And I believe, Colonel McCraw is here and he'll testify as to the lack of infrastructure also creates a border security risk. And so to answer your question, the funding is, we're going to have to figure out how to do it, but we're spending a whole lot of money on border security in different ways. And I think enhancing and creating the actual category creates transparency for the public, because the public knows this category is to be spent on this, and so we know exactly what's happening.
And so I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that we realize that when we create that, we do need to make sure we have some funding going in there because of the need. And so I was just trying to make sure we had identified a funding source to support this effort, because I think you're right. There's so many different funds that we're using in categories that are that's currently funding these different efforts. So we just want to make sure we don't.
I don't disagree with you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you. The chair will reserve your right to close, Mr. Chairman. We'll now go to public testimony. We will first call up Pete Sepulveda. Thank you for being here, sir. Please state your name, your position on or who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Pete Sepulveda, Jr. I am the Executive Director of the Cameron County Regional Mobility Authority, and I'm here today to provide testimony in support of House Bill 3805. Simply put, House Bill 3805 will recognize the importance that border infrastructure promotes for quality of life, facilitating trade, and enhancing security of our great state. By establishing and recognizing international trade corridors, we will be able to build on the Texas Border Master Plan prepared by TxDOT under the direction of the Secretary of State and approved by the Texas Transportation Commission, and work with our neighbors on solutions to deliver the sorely needed improvements at our ports of entry and connecting facilities. Enhancing security at our border is extremely important for our state. Cameron County took the initiative and made a substantial investment at the county-owned international bridges to install a global grab system. This system is at both northbound, coming into the United States, and southbound, leaving the United States. Why southbound? Because this system deters the flow of money, illegal weapons, and stolen vehicles that end up in Mexico. Illegal weapons and stolen vehicles going to Mexico and are converted to cash, which is then used to pay for drug traffickers and human smugglers. The border has been fortunate to have the support of forward-thinking legislators like Senator Chuy Hinojosa, who developed Rider 11B funding allocations that target border infrastructure that services ports and last-mile connections to state highways and interstates that are a safe means of routing heavy traffic away from our communities and onto their destinations across the United States. HB 3805 has the potential to help local governments continue to work with TxDOT to plan, identify, and develop projects in hopes of achieving important development and construction funding needed to make some of the larger investments possible. The Rio Grande Valley is home to 12 international bridges, including one rail bridge, 6 airports, 3 seaports, and an international pipeline and 1 spaceport. The importance of international trade and commerce that these facilities provide to the state of Texas are enormous. Enhancing these facilities by improving technology, providing the necessary improvements needed so they can enhance the delivery of goods and services needs to be tied into this legislation. Cameron County sees a value in continuing such cooperation that has been pivotal to the partnerships responsible for closing the gap on the I-69 corridors along 281 and 77. By bringing the focus to our vitally important border region, we will be able to align local, state, and federal interests in efficient movement of goods and safeguarding of our communities.
Thank you so much for your testimony, sir. Are there any questions for the witness?
Thank you, Pete.
Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you.
This time, the chair will call Steve McCraw. Sir, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, Steve McCraw, Director of Texas Department of Public Safety, and I'm a resource witness here.
Thank you for being here again.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I know you're extremely busy. You and I had a similar conversation in Homeland Security, of which I'm a member of that committee, and you and I discussed that we don't know the amount of illegal narcotics and or guns that cross through the large swaths of unprotected areas where there's no fence but we do know, and this is a conversation you and I had, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that the largest busts or seizures of fentanyl, cocaine, heroin are at the ports of entry.
Yes, sir. The marijuana between and at the ports of entry are the numbers that are highest for CBP statistics on the bridges.
On the bridges.
Yes, sir.
So if you take those two and you divide them, you say, okay, we've got the swaths of area that we don't know what comes through, and we focus on where we know we're catching them, and you look at the infrastructure, for instance, the Rio Grande Valley, there's right in the heart of the Rio Grande Valley, there's 5 ports of entry that are not connected to any sort of commercial corridor. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
And so basically when that truck crosses that bridge, it could spider off anywhere into the Rio Grande Valley because we don't have any infrastructure that would, for lack of better description, cattle chutes this commercial traffic in any direction. So you could lose traffic. It's much harder to monitor that traffic.
Yes, sir. Correct.
And so if with the implementation of a funding category that is directed towards building infrastructure that is dedicated to making, not only building out the roadways, but is also tied into the border infrastructure for border security, would create a transparency. Do you believe that if you had that infrastructure, you would be, not only would your law enforcement be strengthened, but your ability to monitor these vehicles, which we know are the largest movers that we're aware of, would it help you?
Absolutely.
And so at this point, for where I'm from, there is nothing, there is no corridor, is there?
No, sir, not the Rio Grande Valley.
Not the Rio Grande Valley. And so you do believe that if there was such a corridor and we had a funding category that actually, that's where we send it through, the money, it would assist you in your border security efforts.
I sort of know infrastructure, corridor, infrastructure and technology, and of course, to your point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions? Thank you for being, oh, I'm sorry. Chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Mr. McGraw, thank you. Along those lines, I'm concerned that we continue to put money at the border, and I think it's important that we put enough money in the border for it to have impact. And so as you're talking to Chairman Canales about the infrastructure, is there some correlation we need to also do with the Department of Transportation so that they will have the wherewithal to support this effort? In your mind, I think you all are hitting one piece. I just want to make sure that we coordinate that so that TxDOT also is in line with where you're going so that we can close these gaps. Are there conversations like that going on? And
Yes, we've had conversations with my counterpart, the executive director, and I know that the commissioner and certainly the governor is part of Operation Lone Star. And TxDOT's been an important player, especially if we're talking about commercial vehicle enforcement, when we have issues out in terms of west along those lines. So yeah, they're a very important part of it. They've even built infrastructure that addressed some high threat areas where, unfortunately, pedestrians were being killed coming across dangerous areas. So they clearly are an agency we work closely with.
And so to that end, I'm just curious, what are the numbers? What do the numbers look like from what you're spending and what you need? And then when TxDOT comes up, I'd like to ask them what they're spending or investing and what do they see their need is. This is the time to talk about that since we have this surplus, Mr. Chairman. I think we can probably figure out how to make sure we do what we need to do.
Well, if with your permission, we'll get back with you a list of what those are along those lines and what the funding has been and what it is right now and the exceptional items, with your permission.
Okay.
Representative?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
This time, the chair calls Terry Hall. Ms. Hall, if you would please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Okay, it's Terry Hall with Turf and Texans for Toll-Free Highways on this one, and I'm just on the bill.
Sorry, Ms. Hall, you also
Not opposing your
show
bill.
Grassroots America and
Oh, I do show that
Self.
one, thank you.
Is that correct?
Yes, Grassroots America, We the People. Okay, so what we're doing on this one is, we're concerned again, kind of for the same reasons for the HJR, but just, we understand there's exceptional things happening right now in your part of the state. There's no question about that. So, and there has been in the past certain precedents in the UTP where we start setting aside some stuff. We did it for, one of them was a category for toll roads. I think it was category 3. They made a special category just for that, for the urban areas. So I'm not saying that we haven't done this kind of thing before, but what we're worried about, I guess I'll just say what our concerns are, is honestly that if every part of the state started doing the carving out, that we're going to start losing our focus on the connectivity of the system as a whole. And so that's what I'm worried about. And rather than dedicate a special category, again, we need to bring back American jobs. Maybe it would mean less stress at the border due to the flood of foreign imports. And maybe we need to rework how we're doing our funding categories and the formula funding that the MPOs and such work on. Again, it's not perfect. We don't know necessarily what the right solution is here, and I know you're just trying to get a good solution for your part of the state, but that would be our big concern about having a set-aside funding category in the UTP.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Are there any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against the bill? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Chairman Canales to close on the measure.
Close.
At this time, the chair withdraws the committee substitute to HB 3805. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HB 3805 will be left pending at this time.
Chair lays out HB 718. The chair offers up the committee substitute to HB 718. The chair recognizes Representative Goldman to explain the bill.
Chairman Canales, members of the committee, thank you. Thank you very much for hearing House Bill 17 today. This is an unconditional layout, meaning I'm not even going to open the bill book. Members, I've talked to you individually about what this bill does. The committee substitute will remove paper license plates in the state of Texas. We did, in the committee substitute, change the effective date instead of from this September of this year until 2 years from now, March 2025. That is to give DMV and those people time to adhere to this change in the law and make the necessary changes they need. Of course, happy to talk to all of you, happy to talk to them to adjust that. We'd like to see this sooner rather than later, obviously. So if only the people who are watching at home on their computers could see this room today. It is packed with law enforcement from all over this state.
Safest room in the Capitol.
Safest room in the Capitol. Chairman, I saw our Sergeant at Arms come in. I'm like, I think we're good. We don't need the Sergeant at Arms here. This is a very safe room. It is packed from law enforcement all over this state. The moment we filed this bill last November, we heard from law enforcement all over this state what a problem paper tags are. Within 1 hour of DMV's brand new, updated, new and improved paper tags that they put out last fall, within 1 hour, we had a copy on our desk of a fake paper tag. I've shown each and every single one of you this. Members, the amount of crime that is caused with these paper tags, the amount of criminal activity, and as you will hear soon in testimony, the amount of loss of life because we allow paper tags in this state is through the roof, and we didn't know about it. We truly didn't know about it until we filed the bill. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I'm going to let the testimony speak for itself.
Members, any questions? We'll call you back up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair calls Jose Escribano. Please come forward, tell us your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill. Welcome back.
Good to see you, Chairman.
Good to see you, my friend.
Always good to see you. My name is Sergeant Jose Escribano, and I represent the Constable's Office, Precinct Number 3, Travis County. I'm here to speak for House Bill 718, Representative Goldman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members. We have been battling this, the Texas tag scourge for the past 5 years in our task force. Representative Goldman introduced House Bill 718 that effectively will greatly enhance the elimination of this scourge that is the paper tag. Make no mistake, there is no other way out of this mess other than the total elimination of paper tags. The Texas DMV has tried to change the appearance of the paper tag with countermeasure after countermeasure to no avail. At the end of the day, this is still a piece of paper. You can dress a pig in a suit, but at the end of the day, he is still a pig. Now, with that said, there will be many benefits to this bill. You'll clean up the industry, registration, county infrastructure, enforcement, and you'll enhance the effectiveness against crime. I want to thank Representative Goldman for having the courage to bring this bill forth that will benefit Texans and law enforcement and will eradicate the paper tags and the criminality that is behind it. If this bill passes, law enforcement and Texans will be forever grateful to Representative Goldman and this committee. And I am open for any questions. I don't want to beat the dead horse.
Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Thank you for your dedication to this problem.
You,
Chair calls Robert Brazel. Please step forward, tell us your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Robert Brazel with the Texas Automobile Dealers Association. We are here today on the bill. I represent 1,400 dealerships throughout 290 cities and towns, and we are probably one of the biggest users of hard plates in the state. We understand that there are going to be some storage and security and liability issues as these plates move through the system from, I take it, from the DMV to the tax assessor collectors to the dealers. And the one thing that we've had several discussions with Chairman Goldman about is making sure that we have some kind of safety valve if we don't have a hard plate in stock at the time of a transaction. And I think those discussions have provided us with the feeling that there needs to be some type of remedy so that we're not left without making a transaction that we have at the time. So we've pledged to work with Chairman Goldman on such a safety valve. So,
Members, any questions? Thank you, Rob. Chair calls Tawny Solbrig. Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tawny Solbrig. I'm representing myself. I am in favor of this bill. I have once been in front of this committee before to let y'all know that my son, Terrence Solbrig, was killed on October 4th, 2020, at 18 years old, because he was hit by a driver with illegal paper tags. I can go on a lot. I know time is limited, so what I did have is just a few things that I was able to do myself by investigating this truck because I knew something wasn't right, and the police officer, the DPS officer that was in charge of the crash, did not know what he was doing when it came to paper tags. He ran the VIN number. It was in the system. He let the guy go home. No insurance, no registration, no inspection, nothing, no ticket. So I just want to give you this little bit of information, just let you know that this is not a victimless crime. People's lives are in danger. This is not just Texas not getting their money back from their Texas toll or registration fee, but there are lives that have been taken because of this. My son just turned 21 and I had to go visit him at the cemetery because the state of Texas did not take it serious when all these law enforcement back here told y'all had a problem. You didn't listen. So what are you going to do today? Are you going to listen? Are you going to take action? Or are you just going to sweep it underneath the rug and let the criminals get away with it? I ask you that. Do y'all have an answer? So thank you. I am in favor of this. I don't know if this is going to fix the issue, but this is a better solution than what y'all have in place today. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair calls Daniel Sensi. I don't know if I've got that right. Senni. I'm butchering it, so come up. Tell me your full name, who you represent, your position.
Pretty close, Chairman. My name is Daniel Cesny, and I am the Chief of Police for the Grand Prairie Police Department. I'm also representing the Texas Police Chiefs Association, and I'm got an interesting packet for you that also includes, they're listed by name, sir. If you just follow it right on top, it's pretty easy.
And your position?
I'm the Chief of Police for the Grand Prairie Police Department.
On the bill, sir.
In favor of House Bill 718. Thank you. As stated, my name is Daniel Cesny. I'm the Chief of Police for the Grand Prairie Police Department, and I indicated who I'm representing. Just a few months ago, Grand Prairie Police Officer Brandon Sy died in a vehicle collision while in pursuit of a criminal displaying a fictitious paper license plate. That same tag had been scanned on hundreds of other vehicles in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and what I have learned since that time is just how pervasive this problem continues to be. Simply put, anyone with a computer and a printer can create a fraudulent paper tag. And they're being sold on social media right now as we speak. Now, there's some exploiting the system just to get around paying registration or insurance or state inspections. It's all of those things. And Texas is losing hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue annually, and that's a conservative number. But hear me. Fraudulent paper tags are a criminal instrument of choice for drug traffickers, human smugglers, auto theft rings, street gangs, street takeover groups, and yes, even cop killers. The Texas DMV has released a new paper design recently in a good faith effort to curtail this issue within the strict confines of the law. But since that time, my department has seized over 200 fictitious paper license plates with the new design. In your packet, you will have your own fictitious license plate. It took me about 2 minutes to create that tag. And I encourage you to take out your cell phone and scan the QR code. You won't be able to tell the difference between that and the Texas DMV's website. Also in that packet are letters of support for the Texas Department, the National Insurance Crime Bureau, as well as the Texas Police Chiefs Association. It is my humble opinion that the safety of our state is depending on fixing this issue, and I believe we owe it to the families of those who have lost their lives. Thank you so much for your valuable time today, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Shay Ludicky. Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Shay Ludicky. I am the Tax Assessor Collector for Bell County, and I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and the Tax Assessor Collector Association of Texas. I'm here to testify on the bill. The Tax Assessor Collector Association of Texas supports the bill's premise to help tackle temporary buyer's tag fraud, which is a serious problem in our state. However, we do have some concerns over the implementation of HB 718 and the unfunded mandate in the bill on the counties. Texas has over 22,000 auto dealers who will need to receive permanent metal general issue plates. We understand that Texas DMV will require the tax assessor collectors to distribute plates to the dealers in our counties. There are several questions that I'm going to lay out that we still need answers to and would like to work with you to help resolve those. Will dealers be required to be deputized and bonded to the tax assessor collector, holding the dealers accountable? If a tax assessor collector distributes 500 plates to a dealer and they go out of business the next day, who collects the plates back from the dealers if the plates are even still there? How do we know they went out of business? Are the metal plates only for dealer buyer's tags? What about the time permits, the 30-day, 72-hour, 144-hour, and one-trip temporary tags? Will they still be on paper? Will the state provide additional fees to collect, processing, and handling the distribution and management of these metal plates? For example, Bell County, with a population of 400,000, has about 275 auto dealers processing about 90,000 title transfers annually. It's going to take at least 2 FTEs to manage and audit metal plates in my office. Finally, TACA recommends the state should perform a study that works with all parties involved to help come up with a solution. This will also allow Texas DMV's recent changes. I understand the substitute added 2 years, and that actually will help us as well. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Kevin Kishnick. Please correct me if I've got that wrong. Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Kevin Kishnick, Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector. I'm also representing Tax Assessor Collector Association in Texas. I'm speaking on the bill. Wanted to bring you guys just a brief visual of some plates that were collected by a DPS officer on the July 4th weekend. This was from 281 between Edinburgh and Alice, Texas. One of the things I do want to point out is that there's metal plates in here that were quite a few that were part of these. Obviously, most of this box are the fake white tags that you see. And the main point of this is we just got to make sure we get this bill right. And I appreciate the committee substitute giving the extra time because there are some issues that need to be resolved through that, but I think that'll get us there. But I did want to tell you, big concern is that the fraud's not ever going to go away, so we just need to be aware of that. We just have to figure out the best ways to tackle it, and I appreciate that. And that's all I have.
You show me one of the plates, the metal.
Be happy to. The citation is attached.
And this is a fake plate?
It's a real plate. It's stolen.
Those stolen plates. So they're not fabricating these. Oh, got it.
And I was also, let me get back on that. I was also told by a DPS officer very recently that they are now creating a wrap, and they're putting these wraps now on plates. So that's the next phase that they're working on. So it's just the criminals are going to be criminals, but I do support this. I think maybe one other piece of the puzzle we probably need to look at in the future is enhancing the criminal penalties for doing these types of crime. Maybe bring those to a felony level at some point.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Don Veith. If I've got that wrong, please correct me. Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Hello, my name is Dawn Veith. I am from Archer County, and I am representing Archer County and myself.
And your position on the bill?
Is on the
Go
bill.
ahead, ma'am.
I am from a small county of a population of around 8,000. There are 214 counties with under 100,000 population, and of those, 176 counties are less than 40,000 population. These counties have very small number of dealers, usually 2 or 3. I really want to point out that they're not new dealerships. I can't buy a new car anywhere in those, usually under those 140,000. Of the counties I contacted in my area, most of the dealers do not use the TX DMV web dealer system, which would be essential under HB 718 as filed. These dealers do not always have the technology available to them, a lot of mom and pops, and rely upon tax assessors to help them with their transactions, especially in researching titles for potential fraudulent activity. Additionally, small county tax assessors do not have the comfort level of deputizing these dealers due to the number of transactions they complete annually. Some of these smaller dealers complete 5 or less transactions a year. Smaller counties have developed relationships with dealers in surrounding areas to ensure people in our county have the transactions completed where we live, so Archer County can get the sales tax money. So I'm from Archer County. We're up against Wichita County. That's where all the car dealers are. I work with those dealerships so that we can get them. If they have plates, they're going to be assigned to that county. Archer County won't ever get any of the sales tax money, or I won't be able to be registered in my county. They'll be registered in my county, but we would lose that sales tax money. Last session, the legislative allowed for any willing county to process the registration and title transactions for another county, SB 876, 87th Legislature. This helps the larger counties overwhelmed with requests for processing transactions, since most new vehicles are sold in those larger counties. Under HB 718 as filed, this process would become obsolete since the smaller counties cannot manage the metal plate inventory, since most dealerships are not located. I am one of those counties that do help the larger counties. I help Harris County, I help Tarrant, Dallas, and I work with those dealerships to get plates in a more timely manner for their customers. Thank you. I am happy to take questions, and we look forward to working with you this bill. And I also wanted to thank Representative Goldman for the change in that to the 2025.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on or against the measure? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Goldman to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Usually I'd say close and run off, but I can't do that today. I have to thank again the men and women of law enforcement that left their cities and counties and came here today to testify for this bill. Every single one of them could have come up here and told their own story, and out of interest in time and respect for your time, they chose not to. But they all have a story, and every single one of your police chiefs, your county sheriffs, your constables, everybody in law enforcement has their own story, how horrific paper tags are in this state, and they would all testify to that. And again, I can't leave here today without thanking them for being here, so thank all y'all. Thank you very much, and I close.
Thank you, Chairman Goldman, and thank you, members of the law enforcement that have traveled here in support of this measure. At this time, the chair withdraws the committee substitute to HB 718. Thank you. It will be, HB 718 will be left pending at this time. At this time, the chair lays out HB 4015, and the chair recognizes Representative Thompson to explain the bill.
Well, nothing like clearing a room. Thank you, Chairman Canales, Vice Chair Rainey, and members. I'm going to go ahead and lay this out. Members, TxDOT conducts rail safety inspections on all railroads in the state. To perform these inspections, TxDOT collects a rail safety fee from all railroads operating in Texas, and the Transportation Commission sets the rate. Currently, all rail safety rates go into the General Revenue Fund. This poses several issues, as GR funds are highly competitive and subject to statutory, constitutional, and policy limits. Members, House Bill 4015 would resolve this issue by requiring rail safety fees to be placed in a separate account within the State Highway Fund, specifically for designated use of the rail safety program. This would help Texans by making sure we meet federal and state railroad safety requirements, ensuring the funds are available to operate the rail safely, specify that rail safety fees may only be used for the rail safety program. We have a resource witness here from TxDOT available. There are others. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to try and answer them. Otherwise, I would like to reserve the ability to close. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions of Representative Thompson? Any questions of the resource witness? You have no witnesses other than the resource witness. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against the measure? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Thompson to close on the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I respectfully request a favorable consideration of House Bill 4015, and I close. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Thompson. HB 4015 will be left pending at this time.
Do you want to do one of yours?
I mean, we're gonna-
Yours are all too controversial.
So-
Which of yours is the most controversial? This is one that allows RMAs to be designated as recipients.
Okay. The chair lays out HB 2341 by Guillen. The chair will now explain the bill. The bill at this point allows a procedure for receiving certain federal public fundings and allows RMAs
To be designated as federal recipients.
to be designated as federal recipients in urbanized areas. And we will reserve the right to close. Is there any questions regarding the bill? Any witnesses?
One witness.
We have one witness. Chair calls Lyle Nelson. Mr. Nelson, please step forward. State your full name and your position on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Lyle Nelson. I'm here representing the Capital Area Rural Transportation System, as well as the Association for Community Transportation. I will truncate my remarks and simply say that this bill simply aligns state and federal requirements associated with becoming a designated recipient and to ensure that public transportation service and related funding is being provided in an effective and efficient manner in protecting the state's investment in public transportation. And I will stand for any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against the measure? Chair hearing none. Closes on the measure. HB 2341 will be left pending at this time.
Gosh, there's already other authors in here.
Got a bunch of representatives who want to hear their bills but didn't show up.
Do you want to go in recess and
So,
call any of them?
yeah. So we are going to take a short recess. The committee will stand at ease and we will reconvene
Well, we have three of yours.
at 2:35.
Haney. Ashby. Davis. Gomez. Harrison Williamson. Landgraf. Lozano. Lujan. Ordaz. Patterson. Perez. Romero. Quorum is present.
Quorum is present. The chair lays out HB 2901. The chair recognizes Representative Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and members for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 2901 before the committee today. House Bill 2901 allows 4 cities in Orange County, Orange, West Orange, Vidor, and Bridge City to be trained and certified by the Department of Public Safety for the enforcement of commercial motor vehicle safety laws. Under Chapter 644 of the Texas Transportation Code, DPS may adopt rules regulating the safe transportation of hazardous materials and the safe operation of commercial motor vehicles, provided they are consistent with federal regulations. Peace officers must complete a number of inspection courses to become certified for enforcement: a roadside inspection course, hazardous materials inspection course, cargo tank inspection course, and bulk materials inspection course. These well-trained peace officers offer an important public safety service to their communities and the drivers passing through them. This type of service is especially needed in Orange County, where economic activity is extremely high. Southeast Texas is the #1 exporter of crude and liquefied natural gas in the United States, and is a home to deep water ports where goods and commodities from across the world are delivered. Allowing municipal police offices in cities across Orange County to enforce existing laws for commercial motor vehicle safety will ensure that goods of all types, including hazardous materials, are transported safely and keep our supply chain intact. According to the DPS, there are currently 81 law enforcement agencies from across the state certified to participate in this training and enforcement program. House Bill 2901 simply allows these 4 cities the opportunity to participate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I reserve the right to close and will defer to the witnesses to speak for the bill.
Members, any questions? Representative Harris? Thank you. We'll reserve. The chair now calls Rod Carroll, I'm sorry. Please come forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Rod Carroll. I'm Chief of Police of the City of Vidor. I'm here representing the City of Vidor as well as the other cities in Orange County. I'd like to thank Chairman Canales and Honorable. I'm here on the bill, obviously. I'd like to thank Chairman Canales and the Honorable members for the opportunity to speak this morning. Vidor is located in Orange County at the Louisiana line.
Give me 1 second.
Go ahead.
He says it's on the bill, the other for the bill. So you said you are on the bill?
I am for the bill.
For the bill. Okay.
I'm sorry. I misstated there. Okay. The City of Vidor is located in Orange County at the Louisiana line in Speaker Feelings District. We're a city of 10,000. The I-10 corridor splits our community. It has a daily traffic count of 65,000 vehicles. I'm asking that you consider House Bill 2901 relating to the enforcement of commercial vehicle safety standards in certain municipalities. In the past, the City of Vidor has depended on the Texas DPS to enforce and investigate commercial vehicle accidents. The current crisis at the border has caused the Texas Department of Public Safety to redirect resources from Orange County to South Texas. This has caused a decreased enforcement of commercial vehicle traffic standards and a lack of resources to investigate commercial vehicle accidents. The current law limits smaller municipalities to the ability to enforce commercial vehicle traffic safety standards, yet we must investigate the traffic accidents. The cost of shutting down the highways within the United States costs approximately $87 billion of impact on the economy each year. Small vehicle accidents may delay traffic for a short period of time, but commercial vehicle accidents may shut down the interstate for days due to damage to the infrastructure or a hazmat incident. Commercial vehicles have impacted the daily lives of all Texans. We can all relate to being stuck in traffic due to a traffic accident involving a commercial vehicle. But what about the trickle-down effect to the commercial and the logistics system that keep our economy going? We have seen with COVID the impact of a shutdown system. Dangerous vehicles on the public highways add to the logistic nightmare of our public highways and for commercial vendors. Orange County will be faced in the next months with a multi-billion-dollar expansion of the Chevron plant. I know from personal experience in Jefferson County, the expansion of Motiva and several other plants, the impact of unsafe vehicles have on the community. The The commercial vehicles will come from other states and be subleased to plane contractors. They will attempt to avoid Texas DPS, commercial vehicle inspectors at every opportunity. They will take every back road possible, often transgress in municipal roadways and residential areas to avoid enforcement efforts. These vehicles are unsafe, uninspected, and danger to you and your family. Seeing a dump truck on its side with a vehicle under it or it impacted 4 feet into the back of a school bus leaves a lasting impression in a first responder's mind. All CMV certified officers in municipalities will be required to participate and pass the required CMV training. These officers can protect the hardworking commercial drivers that do everything safely from those that cut corners to circumvent the laws that protect our community and our infrastructure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Dana Moore. Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
My name is Dana Moore, and I represent the Texas Trucking Association as its Government Relations Director. I'd like to change our testimony from opposed to on the bill.
So we're showing you as Dana Moore, representing the Texas Trucking Association, testifying
on the bill.
On the bill.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. As many of you may know from prior sessions, I'm a 36-year veteran of the Department of Public Safety. I taught all those courses that the previous officer just mentioned around the country and in Texas as well. We do have concerns about this, and in the interest of time, I'm going to just kind of paraphrase some of it. But one of the areas that we have is that we offered to work with the author of the bill on this because we were concerned about the bracket. The bracket shows 2,000 population. We were requesting 15,000 on that. And so here's the thing. According to our calculations, there are 5 cities. There may be 4, but we showed 5 that were available. And as you know from recent TCOLE hearings, Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, there was quite a bit of concern about small departments engaging in law enforcement and some of their practices. And the reason why is because they have limited resources, limited training, and limited supervision. So when you deal with this commercial vehicle enforcement, it is very technical. There's a lot to all this. Now, like I said earlier, we're showing 5 cities, it may be 4, but when you have a situation where an officer in the program does not need probable cause, and you've got 4 or 5 cities in this one county, a driver could be stopped all the time in the county simply because they are a truck, because they don't need probable cause. The TXT has requested the author to raise the city population bracket to 15,000, which would address our issues. This would allow only the city of Orange to enter the program, a city with a larger police department and located in a heavily congested commercial vehicle corridor. TXTA is an extreme supporter of commercial vehicle enforcement, and here's why. Commercial vehicle enforcement creates a level playing field. Currently, our members in particular are spending a lot of money, time, and effort to be safe, yet they're competing against people who are not being safe and endangering the public. So therefore, we're concerned about the oversaturation of enforcement efforts because they can have a negative effect on the trucking industry and on our supply chain. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Okay.
That's all the witnesses we have registered to testify. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against the measure? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Harris to close the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Unless there are questions, I close and request favorable recommendation of this bill.
Members, any questions? Thank you. HB 2901 be left pending at this time. At this time, the chair lays out HB 1855, and the chair recognizes Representative Goodwin to explain the bill.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members. So today I am laying out House Bill 1885. This is a highway safety bill, and the intent of it is to make our highways safer. A similar bill passed out of this committee last session, did not make it quite out of the House, but we're trying again because this is so important. Y'all may know that there has not been a day since November in 2000 that we haven't had a fatality on a Texas highway. Y'all also may be aware of TxDOT's program called In the Streak, #InTheStreak, Texas. And so This is an effort to give them another tool, to give TxDOT another tool to help with our highway safety issue. The bill is named after Dr. Michael Babineau. He was a young doctor in my district who died on Highway 71 in a car accident. Just 3 days after his death, his wife gave birth to their third child. Many of his neighbors came together in an effort to try to work on some ideas that would make the highway safer. Highway 71 and 620 in my district are particularly unsafe. A lot of accidents happen there. There's even a Facebook page now called 62071 Traffic and Accident Report. You can see a lot of pictures of accidents that have happened out in the Lake Travis area on those two roadways. This session, I decided to make the bill a little more directed. I know from hearing from other members last session, maybe not everybody across the state is excited about having safety corridors in their area. So I wanted to make it more directed from our cities and counties. And in fact, today you will have an opportunity to hear from one of the mayors. The Lakeway mayor will be testifying. And I also have support of the Bee Cave mayor, but she's not able to be here today. So a safety corridor is very similar to a work construction zone. Somebody who is speeding or infringing on another law, traffic law in the safety corridor will have their fine doubled. There will be signage, so it would be up to TxDOT to put up a sign letting people know when they're entering the safety corridor and when they're exiting. But it would be up to the local jurisdiction to make that recommendation based upon a high number of fatalities or accidents in their area. Other states have instituted safety corridors, and they have been successful. In both Alaska and Virginia, the data shows that safety corridors have reduced serious injury accidents. The reports from these states are in your handouts. Additionally, Texas already has double the fines for offenses committed within construction and work zones. These aren't foreign or exotic programs, but well-established tools for increasing highway safety. TxDOT would have to put up a sign that lets people know, like I said, that when they're in the safety corridor and that the fines are doubled. And, again, the intent is to help save lives and reduce accidents on our highways. And with that, I have a couple of witnesses and reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions? Representative Goodwin. We'll let you close. Chair calls Terry Hall. Ms. Hall, please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
All right, Terry Hall with TURF, Toll-Free Highways, and Grassroots America, We the People. Doubling the fines for traffic.
On the bill, ma'am?
Oh, we're against, sorry. Doubling the fines or tickets in anything TxDOT designates as a highway corridor is what this bill would do. And this type of designation could easily be abused to become a punitive speed trap in any area TxDOT decides to call a safety corridor. But we're thinking, why can't we approach this where persistent speeders are creating unsafe situations differently? We're assuming the problem is the drivers. What about we fix the problems and perhaps the way that stretch of road is engineered? Maybe it's line of sight or competing intersections that make the roadway less safe. Let's do some innovative engineering and reworking of the layout or conflict points instead of punitively punishing drivers for what could be other issues involved in road design or capacity. Or how about we add needed road capacity to help solve those endless frustrations that those poor drivers experience with persistently congested corridors that cause them to do crazy stunts to make up for lost time, not making excuses, but that is what people do. We've all seen it. We believe there are more efficient and better, more common sense ways to handle this than designate areas, highway safety corridors, and double fines. Let's focus on solving those root problems instead.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Stacy Suits. Please step forward. State your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill.
Yeah, Stacy Suits, Travis County Constable, Precinct 3. I represent my office and myself.
And your position on the bill?
I'm for it.
Okay, go ahead.
And if this bill passes, I'm going to recommend to the Travis County Commissioners Court, as this bill is written, that they asked TxDOT to look at making Highway 71 from the county line to the Lakeway ETJ a safety corridor. Several years back, the Commissioners Court gave us some extra positions, and we've been doubling down on 71, primarily during the day, and we've reduced fatalities and collisions in that area. To answer part of the other prior speakers' deals, like, so I guess I'm running a speed trap, but we're riding people going at least 15 miles an hour over and running red lights. This is no longer a rural highway. It's a suburban to urban highway, and it's in the hill country. I can't, we've got trucks coming down speeding that can't stop at the lights, and it's hitting our citizens in here. I mean, we're doing everything we can to get a handle on this, and we're trying to raise, it's not about money, it's about saving lives and collisions and trying to get people coming primarily that don't live in Travis County or Burnett County or any adjacent county that are not aware that they're on a hill country, urban to suburban highway, and they need to slow down because somebody's liable to pull out in front of them or they're not going to be able to stop in time. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if y'all need any.
Members, any questions? Chairman Lambert.
Constable, thank you for your testimony. I know that you take this seriously as somebody who's been pulled over by you on Highway 71. And I know that you take it very seriously and you do your job very well, sir.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Words right out of my mouth.
Chair calls Jack Finger. Mr. Finger, please come forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, other members of the committee, my name is Jack Finger from San Antonio, representing myself, and I oppose this bill. Traditionally, you have the argument of speed and convenience versus safety. How do you strike a balance on these things? Well, you try to have maybe a traffic study that determines if it truly is needed for a certain stretch of highway. But this bill, 1855, doubling fines and tickets on anything TxDOT designates as a highway safety corridor. Well, I mean, you could, TxDOT could determine the whole highway being a highway safety corridor, and maybe not for any really good reason. I don't know, I'm not aware of any requirement for a traffic study on this. Maybe you are, but I'm not. Consequently, and yes, maybe just too many times a safety corridor could just be used as an excuse to extract more money from some motorists. For real. I mean, is there really this?
Mr. Finger, your testimony is almost identical to the testimony we've heard, the speed trap testimony, the study testimony. Do you have anything new to add to the conversation?
Well, I'd say that this, like I say, once again, it's the camel's nose inside the tent.
Got you.
That's the best way to put it. I mean, you're going down a slippery slope. We don't need it.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Finger. Chair calls Rachel Hale. Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Good afternoon. Rachel Hill, Texas Eagle Forum, opposed. We would just like to see a carve-out maybe in it. We've been in other states where you can see for miles and miles and miles, yet it's a safety corridor. So we would like to see for dangerous areas a carve-out for that, not to be a blanket used all over the state.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls Fran Rhodes. Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Fran Rhodes, representing True Texas Project and myself. My position is opposed. And generally, we believe in more freedom and less government, and we feel like this is an extra layer of government into our lives. I have experienced these safety zones in other states, and in my opinion, they're kind of a joke. In one case, there was not another car on the road for miles and miles and miles. And another case, it was a very busy freeway, and I had my speed set, my cruise control set to the speed limit just to be careful, and people were leaving me in the dust. So I think people basically ignore the safety zones. And I also think it's sending a message to drivers that it's okay to speed in the non-safety zones, but if you speed in the safety zones, we're going to sock it to you with double fines. So we are opposed to the bill. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Tom Kilgore. Mr. Kilgore, step forward, tell us your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Tom Kilgore. I am the mayor of Lakeway, Texas, and I am here to support House Bill 1855. Lakeway is the best little city in western Travis County. Much like Lake Wobegon, the men are strong, the women are all beautiful, and the children are all above average. What is not excellent is the congestion on our state highways. They are not that long. There's only a few miles of state highway in the city of Lakeway and in the city of Bee Cave. I'm here to support the bill. In 2011, our city population was just over 11,000, and our main intersection had 33,000 daily vehicles transit it on the state highway. Our population is now 22,000. And the intersection now sees more than 50,000 vehicles a day transit through our corridor. Speed is not an issue. When the 2022 data becomes available later this year, I will believe we'll see at least another 5 to 10% increase in traffic. What we have is congestion and unsafe conditions, drivers making violations that are moving violations. Despite the growth in Travis County, we still have the same limited roads at RM 620 and State Highway 71. My police department and the constables and the sheriff need every available measure and tool possible to assist our municipalities in improving highway safety in their jurisdictions. I believe that both the city of Lakeway and the city of Bee Cave will act to create zones in our city and ETJ. This is not a TxDOT-driven program. This bill, if it was read, shows that the municipality, by ordinance, has to request TxDOT to create the zone. We are seeking that extra tool. And in addition, these are not a line of sight issue. These are these are now what we call highways that were once rural are now urban highways. It's done at municipal request. We don't get the money. That's one of the great things about the Texas court system. The city does not benefit from the added fines. We are trying to deter human behavior by posting that if you violate, if you text and drive, if you talk and drive, if you're driving under the influence in our area, your fines are doubled. That's what we're trying to do. I ask you to pass on this bill to give my officers and my citizens the tools they need in order to control our congestion and help improve the quality of life while we wait for TxDOT and the governor's infrastructure bill to expand our highway. Thank you very much. And legislation is fun, even though you guys are awful serious here all day long. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time today. Are there any questions?
Members, any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chairman.
That's all the testimony we have registered. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on for or against the measure? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Goodwin to close on the measure. Chair recognizes Representative Brainy is present.
Thank you, members. You know, one of the arguments that we hear is that we don't want to double the fines on folks. But, you know, this is about a life-saving measure. And while it is named after a young doctor who lost his life in a car accident that we're memorializing, my brother lost his life in a car accident. And so it's serious. We're talking life and death. Paying higher fines because you're breaking traffic because you have a moving violation. You know, you have to weigh the two against one another. And so, members, I hope that you will favorably consider my bill. And with that, I close.
Thank you, Representative Goodwin. Any questions for Representative Goodwin? Thank you. HB 1855 will be left pending at this time. At this time, the chair lays out HB 677 and recognizes Representative Gitano to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. House Bill 677 is a short and simple bill exempting school buses from toll fees and toll roads. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions? Got a couple witnesses. We'll reserve your right to close. Chair calls Kane Smith. Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee. Thank you for not calling me Kanye. My name is Kane Smith.
I almost did.
I know. Hey, you weren't the first one today. I am here in support of House Bill 677. I represent the Texas Association of Student Transportation and myself.
Go ahead.
With the rapid expansion of toll roads in our state, many school districts are faced with a daunting task of paying toll fees while transporting students. Currently, there's about 75,000 school buses in the state of Texas, traveling over 500 million miles and transporting 2 million students a year. In many metropolitan areas, the most feasible, efficient, and at times the only path the school bus can take is the toll road. For example, Cypress Fairbanks ISD, where I'm the director of transportation, transports 87,000 students daily, travels about 45,000 miles daily, and we pay over $100,000 a year in toll fees. That's not including the administrative costs to manage the toll program with our school buses. The Grand Parkway, Sam Houston Parkway, both toll roads traverse through our district. For many bus routes, students would have to ride the bus for a much longer period of time if toll rolls were avoided, which will minimize efficiency and increase fuel costs. For the benefit of students and to ensure an economical student transportation system, toll roads must be utilized in many sections of Texas. This again does not include the operational cost to manage a toll system for a district. Many districts have toll tags, which depending on location may come at additional cost. We have employees that have to manage these accounts. Smaller districts who may travel to these larger metropolitan areas may not have toll tags, not familiar with the toll roads, may find themselves on a toll road, then must have to pay the toll plus an associated administrative fee for that toll violation. And these small costs, of course, do add up over time. The dollars would be better served directly supporting the classrooms and further additional instructional support for our students. We could use that money for salaries, for teachers and support staff, raises, instructional materials, enhanced technology, new school buses. The possibilities are endless. Although for many districts, this may be a small amount to the grander scope of a district's budget, it would be beneficial to have this money available for other uses. And I do ask the members of the House Transportation Committee for support of House Bill 677. And thank you for your time. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Arturo Ballesteros. Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. NTTA, my name is Arturo Ballesteros. I'm Director of Government Affairs for the North Texas Tollway Authority. NTTA has bond contracts as a public tolling entity.
Your position on the bill?
We are against the bill.
Go ahead.
Our bond contracts expressly prohibit free passage. Those bond contracts are in place to secure our credit rating, to make sure that we can deliver projects at the best interest rate possible for NTTA. That's the nuts and bolts of that.
Members, any questions? Thank you. That's all the testimony we have that is registered. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against the measure? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Chaton to close the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for those who testified. Just want to clarify a couple of things. This is an opportunity for us to ensure that education dollars makes it to the classroom. Also want to point out that a lot of these toll roads do have exemptions for first responders and also for family and members and employees of those toll roads authorities, and would respectfully ask for your favorable consideration of this bill, similar to the bill that has been passed in the past.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Representative Chaton.
Close. Thank you.
At this time, HB 677 be left pending at this time. This time, the chair lays out HB 101. The chair offers up the committee substitute to HB 101 and recognizes Representative Ortega to explain the measure.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Canales and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to lay out the committee substitute House Bill 101. Currently, Texas statute requires that the Texas Transportation Commission consist of 5 members appointed by the governor who reflect the diverse geographic regions and population groups of the state. Previous law was passed to require 1 commissioner be from a rural community or rural county with a population of less than 150,000. There has been 68 past commissioners of the Texas Transportation Commission, and only 4 have been from the border. The current statutory requirement that 1 commissioner be from a rural county has resulted in 27 commissioners from rural Texas. The remaining 37 commissioners have been from urban areas of the state. House Bill 101 requires that 1 commissioner reside in and be a registered voter of a border county. This requirement will ensure that the commission has firsthand knowledge of the unique transportation challenges border communities are facing and better assist the Commission when implementing the multi-billion-dollar border trade master plan. The committee substitute adds language to ensure that the Rural Commissioner and the Border Commissioner are two distinct appointments and cannot be satisfied by one member who resides in both rural and border county. Border transportation infrastructure is critical to the continued economic success of the entire state. Just last week, the governor appointed the first border commissioner in 20 years. However, Commissioner Mead's term will only be for 2 years. Passage of House Bill 101 is important to ensuring the border region is represented on the commission in the future. I reserve my right to close.
Members, any questions of Representative Ortega? You've got a couple witnesses. We'll call you back.
Yes.
Chair calls Jerry Schwebel. If I got that wrong, please let me know. Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. My name is Jerry Schwebel, members of the committee. Distinguished members, I'm here to speak before you in support of HB 101. Thanks to the invitation of Representative Ortega and some of the other members of co-sponsors of this bill.
And you're representing yourself?
I'm representing myself and my experience, basically the positions that I serve in various capacities in several committees involving border infrastructure and infrastructure projects related to Texas. As I'm saying, I'm here to support this HB 101 because it's important for everyone to understand that the national and the state significance of our ports of entry, our 28 ports of entry, are key to the success of the North American region. So we've been working diligently in a number of organizations at the state level, the local level, at the federal level, as well, in really promoting Texas and the importance of Texas to the North American region. The ability to have folks that understand the border, can talk about the border because they've had the experience. I live in Laredo, Texas. Thank God that I live in Texas, and I thank God that I live and work in Laredo, Texas. And that's important because we see and we live trade every day. And when we invite folks like you to come and visit the border, some of you that are not from the border, it's important for you all to understand the challenges that we face every day. So for us, having someone on the commission is critical, that understands the border, that lives the border, has that experience of the border, is extremely important. Because how else, in order to compare and have that dialogue and that honest and frank discussion of the challenges that we face. Working together with the legislature, working together with the local communities, working together with our governor, and we're very pleased and thankful that he appointed Mr. Mead, who is from the border, and that's a great step. And I think it's important that perhaps we continue to have that type of representation before us in this important commission. So I'm here to support Representative Ortega and the other members of the co-sponsors, Representative Guillen and others in this bill, and hopefully this will meet your favorable support and approval.
Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Rachel Hale. Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Rachel Hill, Texas Eagle Forum. Like they already said, that there's already one committee member from rural Texas.
Your position on the bill, ma'am?
I'm opposing it just because I think it sets a bad precedent to be able to carve out special positions or provisions for certain areas. Let's be honest, we would all want to carve out for our area of the state. And so it's 5 people to look at the whole entire state. And I'm against that for a carve out. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls David Stout. Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman. My name is David Stout. I'm a county commissioner in El Paso, Texas. I'm here to testify in support of HB 101. As we've heard, 5 members of the Texas Transportation Commission are required to reflect the diverse regions and population of groups of Texas. We also heard that 68 commissioners appointed to Texas Transportation Commission in the past. There's only been 4 that have been from the border. That's slightly more than 10% of Texas's population. I'm sorry, slightly more than 10% of Texas population is on the border. Our representation has not been proportional, not only to the population in that region, but to the economic impact of the border. As stated in the recently completed Border Trade Master Plan, Mexico is Texas's largest trading partner. That is expected to grow due to onshoring. The movement of goods across the Texas-Mexico border has more than tripled from $111 billion in 1994 to $451 billion in 2019, representing 73% of the $615 billion in trade between the U.S. and Mexico. The value of trade moving across the Texas-Mexico border is expected to triple again by 2050. We should be preparing the gateways to Texas. Many communities, such as mine, have prepared with new and accessible ports outside of the urban core. El Paso County has the Tornillo Port of Entry. It is a huge federal investment, and with state investment linking it to I-10, then to the Borderland Expressway route around the city, we are prepared to grow with the expected increase in manufacturing. I feel like Texas needs to always have somebody who understands the border and that can help the state make the wisest investments and the wisest decisions when it comes to the transportation infrastructure projects that are going on in this region. I urge you to please approve HB 101 and put the right people in place to make sure that the best decisions are made not only for the border, but for Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Terry Hall. Please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Terry Hall with TURF, Texans for Toll-Free Highways, and Grassroots America, We the People. And we oppose the bill for, similar to what Ms. Hale was saying. There's already one that goes to the rural, and therefore that means that leaves the rest of the state to be represented by just 3 commissioners would be left. I just feel like it's a slippery slope to start parsing out commission representation to specific geographic regions like this. Taking up another commission spot necessarily would disenfranchise other areas of the state that are also clamming for that representation. And, you know, a lot of our issues at the border have to do with trade and border policy. Maybe we need to focus on solving those problems, which I know you are, Chairman, that you're experiencing in the Rio Grande Valley, and maybe that will help resolve some of these issues that are making you feel like you've got to have a commission spot for the border region.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Ms. Hall. Chair calls Jack Finger. Mr. Finger, please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Mr. Chairman, other members of the committee, my name is Jack Finger from San Antonio. I oppose this bill. I'm representing myself.
Go ahead.
Everybody's clamoring for representation around the state. We already have a carve-out for rural areas. The Rio Grande Valley here, the border wants its own representative. We heard earlier that it has as much as 10% of the population of the state. Whoopee! They want 20% of the representation. No, I'm sorry, that doesn't work.
Mr. Finger, Ms. Ortega is from El Paso. She's not from the Rio Grande Valley, and the bill does not state that the Rio Grande Valley wants its representation. It says it wants representation from the border, and the border extends all the way. Well, go ahead. You're just making a misrepresentation of what the bill actually asks for, so you can please stick to what the bill says, and we can proceed accordingly.
Well, as long as I get my extra time here, Mr. Canales, yes.
Well, if you quit repeating the testimony of the people before you, I'd give you all the time you need.
I don't like, this is not like single-member districts, like in a municipality somewhere. These are transportation needs, and those needs change over time. And I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. Different areas of the state will need their own representation. And if the argument against carve-outs is a good reason, then it should be restated. It's a bad initiative. It should be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finger. Members, any questions, Mr. Finger? Thank you, Mr. Finger. Chair calls Fran Rhodes. Fran, come on down, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Fran Rhodes, representing True Texas Project, and myself in opposition to the bill.
Please proceed.
This commission is appointed by the governor, and it seems to me that more important than where a commissioner lives is his or her expertise and experience with transportation issues. Also, I do realize that the border areas have unique situations that they have to face that no one else in the state of Texas faces in terms of transportation, but I think that if they need special representation on the Transportation Commission, then the governor should see that they get it in choosing his appointments. So for those reasons, we oppose the bill. Thank you.
For your concise and different testimony, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you. That's all the testimony we have. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against the measure? If not, the chair will recognize the representative or take it to close the measure.
Thank you. There was a couple of things that were brought up. First of all, this does not change the fact that it will be an appointment by the governor, the same way he appoints somebody from a rural community and from majority from the large urban communities. This is the border region that stems from West Texas all the way to the valley is an extensive area in the state of Texas, and it is incredibly important when it comes to trade. And we need somebody who is familiar with the border in order to get representation. We have a unique geographic region, and the Texas Transportation Commission is a very important commission. And so that I would ask that you please report House Bill 101 out of the committee favorably. Unless there are any questions, I close.
Members, any questions of Representative Ortega? Chair hearing none at this time, the chair withdraws the committee substitute to HB 101 and leaves HB 101 pending at this time. At this time, the chair lays out HB 3989 by Rainey and recognizes Vice Chair Rainey to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to lay out this bill, HB 3989. Currently, the Texas Department of Transportation, TxDOT, does not have a comprehensive written policy for determining whether design professionals should be precluded or disqualified from a project due to conflict of interest. This has led to confusion and inconsistency in recent preclusion decisions regarding private design professionals by TxDOT. HB 3989 will require TxDOT to establish and publish a written statewide preclusion policy to provide written notice to design professionals when a basis for preclusion exists and to provide an appeals process regarding a preclusion decision. I believe we may have witnesses here today that can speak more to this issue.
You've got one witness. We'll reserve your right to close. Chair calls Peyton McKnight. Mr. McKnight, please step forward, state your full name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Peyton McKnight, President, American Council of Engineering Companies of Texas.
Give me 1 second. Chair recognizes Chairman Ashby as present. Proceed.
Again, Peyton McKnight, American Council of Engineering Companies of Texas, for the bill.
Thank you.
Happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else registered. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against the measure? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Rainey to close on the measure.
Thank you. I close.
Thank you, Representative Rainey. HB 3989 be left pending at this time. Let's swap these seats.
So we're through with that one, right? Okay.
So
The chair lays out House Bill 2795. The chair recognizes Representative Canals to explain the bill.
Members, thank you for allowing me to present this. Thank you for allowing me to present this bill. This is, I also want to thank Senator Campbell for filing the companion bill, SB 1071. This bill is going to address a significant transportation need in a rapidly growing region of our state and has a significant local and regional support. We'll have some community leaders testifying about why this is important. Every city in the state is facing unprecedented traffic congestion, and we're adding upwards of about 1,100 people to the Texas population daily. Over the last few decades, Texas is severely underinvested in transportation infrastructure, and we are desperately trying to catch up. Meanwhile, in 2022 alone, the cost of building a highway has jumped 30% due to inflation. So time is always against us. So what HB 2795 is a local and regional solution to address I-35's current and future congestion issues at no cost to the state of Texas and at no cost to local residents or taxpayers. The state would secure funding for a non-tolled highway connector between the I-35 New Braunfels and SH-130, which is a toll road. It will serve as another means to bypass I-35 traffic into San Antonio and through downtown Austin, which I'm sure plenty of you wish we could do already. So according to a 2022 economic study, this connection would generate nearly $1 billion in freight and commuter savings over just in its first 10 years. If you want future generations to have reliable transportation options, to move around the region in our state, and to ensure freight can continue to move efficiently through the corridor, we need to build this connector. So members are reserved the right to close, and I'll stand for questions.
Members, are there any questions for Representative or Chairman Canellis? Okay. The chair will now recognize Jennifer Daniel, co-chair of SH 130, the SH 130 Concession Company. Will you please state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Daniel, and I am here on behalf of the SH 130 Concession Company. I serve as co-chairman of the board for that company. Our team operates and maintains SH 130 between San Antonio and Austin, and we've been very proud to have been providing transportation services there for more than 6 years. And during that time have invested about $120 million in improving the quality of the road in partnership with an execution of local Texas contractors. We work very hard as a team every day to provide our customers safe, fast, and reliable travel on 130. Like lots of employers in Texas, we love this region. It's a great place for us to recruit quality workers. Our employees are engaged in the community here, and it's a great place to invest. And as the chairman noted, there's rapid economic and traffic growth in the corridor in which we've invested. That's good news for us as a longtime investor, but as we know, the economic growth comes with significant increases in traffic congestion too. And as you see in the letters that I just distributed to you, local leaders have developed and are advocating a solution that can make a big difference in this traffic congestion. It would provide travelers a new connection between I-35 and 130 without paying a toll, relieve congestion, and improve access to the region's airports. My colleagues and I at SH 130 are in a position to help. And with your support of House Bill 2795, we can. By extending the length of time that we operate and maintain SH 130, we can fully fund the proposed non-tolled connector. This will enable the region to utilize the benefits of the connector faster, without raising taxes, and without competing with other critical transportation priorities. With legislative approval, we would immediately begin working with the local community and TxDOT to advance the necessary design, environmental, planning approvals, and commercial arrangements to deliver this important project, again, without disrupting other major transportation plans of the region. As required by our contract with TxDOT, independent third parties would work through that process to validate that this approach is indeed in the best benefit of Texas taxpayers. We are not affiliated with any contractor, so just like we've done over the last 6 years, we expect we will partner with local Texas contractors to get this job done. We have much work ahead of us, but I'm here today to relay our company's commitment to this region and to support the local leaders here and others in delivering this critical transportation improvement. Appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of this bill and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions. I've gone back and forth on this bill, and I've met with several people about it, and I'm trying to wrap my brain around what's going on here. So you want the state of Texas to direct TxDOT to build a specific road?
No, sir. What we're offering is if with the local community leadership and TxDOT to build this, they've shown a desire to build and address this transportation. Our role in that is not to guide transportation policy. Our role, because we are a transportation service provider in the region, is to enable the acceleration of that improvement by funding it and funding especially the critical upfront work necessary to get that improvement going. This project would be in the regional transportation plan as it moves forward, as it would have to be able to move forward, and is at the approval certainly of TxDOT. So again, we're not here for transportation policy. We're here to enable this improvement much more quickly.
But is this roadway currently in the UTP or the MPO's long-range plan?
So that's a better question for some of the local leaders here today. I know that in talking to them, everyone wishes it was in that plan a very long time ago, especially as we expect traffic congestion to double in the region over the next 20 years. So because it would be fully funded by the private sector, the project would be able to move forward. It would, of course, be in the MPO's regional plan as is required to be able to secure the environmental and permitting approvals to be able to move this project forward.
So once the state directs TxDOT to build this road, then it would go into the regional plan?
Yeah, all major transportation improvements to seeking, just as a part of process to get their environmental approval, it would have to be part of the regional MPO plan. And of course, it will be a part of a process. And again, for the financially constrained plan, that's a better question for the locals. But we're all, with the rapid growth in the corridor, certainly wish it was 10 years ago.
So if we extend this concession and y'all are able to recoup additional funds over a longer period of time, are 100% of those funds going to pay just this connector road?
So what we would do is, as is the case today, the first instance for tolls collected on SH 130 go to operate and maintain the facility. And that would continue to be the case. What we're doing is we're bringing those revenues forward and committing them, additional revenues forward, committing them today so they can be put to work to be able to fund this critical improvement today at our risk that we'll ultimately be able to collect enough revenue to both operate and maintain the road, earn our return, and be able to pay back the investment that we've made in this toll-free connection adjacent to SH 130.
And when do you have to enter into the plan with TxDOT on the road?
So the legislation speaks to the timeline, and my understanding is the real drive and those milestones are around making sure that we can bring the full value that we have in this arrangement. And what we can do is accelerate these improvements as much as 10 years faster than what would be the case under traditional TxDOT approach. Now, we know TxDOT, we have obviously lots of respect and trust for our TxDOT partners, but they have a lot on their plate. So by moving the project forward in this method, we're able to accelerate those improvements and deliver them 10 years faster. Pretty important, we understand, to the local leaders here who are facing congestion that's doubling over the next 20 years.
So it's my understanding that you would have to enter into the agreement with TxDOT within the next couple of years. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think to keep the project on pace, that's certainly our expectation.
So would the dollar amount be set at that point in time when you enter into the agreement?
Yeah, so this is just like any other major transportation improvement project, and I've been delivering these kind of projects for 25 years, and I'll tell you that you've got the first and most important step is working with the community, finalizing the alignment of the project. You have the environmental process, the permitting process, the design. We have a conceptual design, but moving to that more detailed design process. All of that over the period of the next couple of years will help us refine and get to that final price during that period of time to be able to move the project forward. So just like every other transportation project, there's a lot that goes into that recipe to get to that final transportation project.
Is there anything in this bill that requires you to fully fund this road and not leave TxDOT with a cost associated with building the road?
So our commitment here is to fully fund this extension with private funding.
Okay, thank you.
Members, are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair calls Jack Finger, shows you're retired, you're House District 123, and you're against the bill.
Yes.
Please state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
My name is Jack Finger. I'm opposed to this bill, representing myself. The reason why I and anyone else really should oppose this bill, and the reasons are pretty simple. Basically, the reasons why the arguments against toll roads exist. Toll roads, they basically on roads that our tax dollars built, and the tolls seem to go on into perpetuity, as this one desires to do so here. I think the foreign company that managed it was called Sintra, and I think it went bankrupt about 6 years ago, and its debt was forgiven, and yet it still wants to, the desire is still to go on for another 20 years here. No, if there's still expenses to be paid off, you might look at that $15 billion windfall the state has and take care of it that way. But the idea is that we, the voters, we never got a chance to vote on that thing as well. A lot of bad reasons for this thing. And so, yes, I say don't go ahead with it for all the reasons that toll roads are a bad idea. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Mr. Finger? The chair calls Jonathan Packer. He's President and CEO of New Braunfels Chamber. Mr. Packer, would you please state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent?
Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Committee. Jonathan Packer. I represent the New Braunfels Chamber of Commerce and the New Braunfels Economic Development Foundation. Give you a little context on the composition of growth in the corridor for the bill. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
A little context on the magnitude of growth in the corridor. From 2010 to 20, our population grew at 57%, which nearly reached 3x San Antonio and 2x Austin. And our growth rate's most acute at our school-age population, roughly 3.2x the total mega region. If you look at workforce operates regionally. Our workforce has net in-migration. And put simply, SH 130 is an extremely valuable road for the corridor, provides relief for 35, and it's turning into a high-growth corridor of its own. But in my humble opinion, it will only be fully realized when it's meaningfully connected to I-35 at the south. I do want to also point out there's national and state security issues with the importance of our manufacturing assets. And I do also want to say that the need for this connector has been discussed for many years. It's critical. You should have in your email a letter from the chair of our MPO outlining his thoughts on the matter. We've got broad enthusiasm and support across our cities, counties, business community as well, including formal support from mayors of both New Braunfels and Seguin. So thank you for your support on this, and that's all I have.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The chair calls Terry Hall. He's founder, director of Texas Turf. Texas Turf, Texas for Toll-Free Highways, Grassroots America, We the People, and yourself. We ask you to state your name,
Yes.
Who you represent, and your position on the bill.
All right, you covered it pretty well, but it's Terry Hall, Texas Turf, Texas for Toll-Free Highways, and I'm just representing Grassroots America, We the People, in opposition to this bill. We have vehemently opposed CDAs and certainly extending this foreign-owned toll contract for another 20 years. In years past, nothing's changed in this regard. Apparently, 50 years isn't enough for these crony special interests. Why should we give this company the exclusive right to gouge Texas drivers for an additional 20 years, pushing it out to 2062 on a road that's essentially already been paid for because its debt was wiped out in bankruptcy court in 2017. TxDOT's goal is to get a free direct connector to State Highway 130 to I-35 built, but who benefits the most from the direct connect ramp onto a private toll road? Well, the company making bank on drivers and relentlessly exploiting the congestion on I-35 that needs to be solved itself. A foreign consortium currently operates the southern 41 miles of 130 near Austin, and a bit of history is in order on how the taxpayers got shafted and why no lawmaker should vote to extend this contract for another 20 years. The privately operated portion of 130 went bankrupt in less than 3 years. In 2007, taxpayers were promised, I was sitting in the hearing when I heard the commission chair promise it, that the road, if it ever went bankrupt, the taxpayers would get it back free and clear of any debt. That did not happen. Instead, the bankruptcy court wiped out the previous debt, brought in strategic value partners, and allowed the new company to continue collecting tolls until 2042, keeping the same contract in place. And Strategic Value Partners is yet another global company with offices in Connecticut, England, Germany, Japan, and they're going to take all the money out of Texas. Despite 160 pavement defects, 120 breaches of contract with the original developer, the legislature is being asked to continue this sort of road malpractice in Texas by awarding this new developer an additional 20 years to gouge Texas drivers with the high cost of private tolls. Texans have loudly objected to this. It's also in the GOP platform, a plank specifically opposing privately operated toll roads. The taxpayers gave a $430 million federal TIFIA loan, which was wiped out by the bankruptcy court. The provisions buried in this contract forced taxpayers to pay the private developers' losses for any uncollectible tolls. So that includes out-of-state drivers and Mexican drivers that the state can't bill. And they use the state as their toll collector, giving them access to the power to block vehicle registration and impound Texas vehicles for failure to pay their private toll. There's also a non-compete clause that prohibits any expansion of highways in Caldwell and Guadalupe counties that weren't in the MPO's plan at the time the contract was signed way back in 2007. And she's talking about how the growth is going to happen in the next 20 years and double, and yet we're not going to be able to build a competing free road in any of those counties. This would extend the non-compete clause to 2062. This means no competing freeways could be built in those counties if it threatens the private entity's profits for nearly 70 years. The new developer that took over the bankruptcy sued the original developers for defrauding investors and misrepresenting the poor state of the highway when they took it over. I think that we are Texas. We can do better than this. We can build a direct connector ourselves without selling out the taxpayers for another 20 years to this company. The solution here is to use some of TxDOT's $15 billion windfall in their new funds to pay off the debt still owed on this portion, as well as their portion, their portion of State Highway 130, and execute the buyback agreement with the private portion, make it a freeway that would immediately relieve significant traffic and congestion on I-35 by making it a free road, because those trucks can't afford what it costs to pay per axle on the very expensive tolls to use 130.
Members, are there any questions for Mrs. Hall? Thank you, Mrs. Hall. The chair calls Gary Farmer. Gary, would you come forward and introduce yourself? How are you doing? And tell us your position on the bill and who you represent.
Chairman Canales, Vice Chair Rainey, and members of the committee, thank you for your service, and thanks for this time for me to offer my support for this bill. My name is Gary Farmer. I represent myself as a business owner in Austin, Texas. More importantly, I am the chairman of the Greater Austin Economic Development Corporation and our program called Opportunity Austin. We are in support of this bill. And by extension, I'm a member and investor in Greater SATX in San Antonio. We have created a partnership between Opportunity Austin, and Greater SATX to support this bill and other infrastructure bills and economic development bills during this session of the legislature. This corridor is vital to the economic health of Texas and the nation. There is no question about that. Any of you who might drive this road knows well that the truck traffic is horrendous. That can be bad, of course, but it also is good because it represents commerce, jobs, and opportunity for people in our regions. Studies tell us that the truck traffic is going to double in the next 20 years, so daylight is burning. We need to get busy building this road, this connector between I-35 and SH 130. If we can do that, it will be a critical piece of infrastructure. It will help with safety, public safety, and the more efficient movement of goods and people in our region. If this bill is passed by the legislature, it will allow for an amendment to the SH 130 segments 5 and 6 agreement in exchange for private funding to build an important non-tolled connector. We're certainly hopeful that the legislature in its wisdom will pass this bill. And in closing, let me say, I am a frequent user of SH 130. I find great value in the dollar that I pay for the use of that service, and many others must as well, because I'm seeing more and more and more traffic on 130 each and every day. And answer any questions you might have.
Yes, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand the need for new roads and traffic. I live in one of the fastest growing areas in America for the last 25 years in Denton County. At our last redistricting, I had the second highest population in the state of any House district in Texas. So I'm keenly aware that there are transportation issues in the state. Why didn't the county call for a bond election to pay for this road?
Well, number one, I can't answer your question because I'm not from the county that you speak. I assume you're talking about Comal County.
Whoever the county is,
I'm not from the county. We are under a very tight timeline to get a road done so that we can have the relief that we seek. Demographers tell us, and as you know, the state of Texas was only the second state in the union to surpass the 30 million mark in population. Demographers tell us that by 2050, we'll have 55 million people in the state of Texas.
Respectfully, I'm aware of all that. I live in Frisco, Texas. So my point is that why didn't local taxpayers plan for this road? Why don't they take out bond debt to pay for this road like all the rest of us are forced to do? Why are we asking to raise tolls on all the local residents in this area to pay for this road? Why don't the leaders who obviously support this bill, why don't they put together a bond committee and build the road?
Well, with all due respect, Representative, I'll speculate. Perhaps the citizens thought that a private company, private sector bringing private dollars to build the road would be a better situation than them passing a bond to tax themselves. As I understand it, this connector will be toll-free, so there will be no tolls paid on that particular road. Obviously, if they connect over to 130, they will pay a toll on 130.
As will everyone that drives that corridor for decades.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Farmer.
Thank you very much.
The chair calls Don Dixon. Mr. Dixon, will you come forward and state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent? I don't see Don. We'll show him not present and
Did not testify.
did not testify, but is against the bill.
We have Fran Rhodes.
The chair calls Fran Rhodes. Would you come forward, please, and state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Fran Rhodes, representing True Texas Project and myself, and feeling grateful I sat in the front row today. I'm a little bit confused.
Would you state your position?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm opposing the bill. A little bit confused. Chairman Canales, you described the connector road as a non-toll road, and yet you proposed that we're going to pay for it by extending tolls on another road. So it seems to me like a toll road. But I also feel the pain of the I-35 congestion because I live in Fort Worth and I come down here to the Capitol a minimum of once a week during session, and I frequently also go to San Antonio. And painful is the only word I can think to describe that I-35 from about Round Rock down to San Antonio. So I understand the need for some kind of relief, but in general, True Texas Project has always been opposed to public-private partnerships for our roads, and we also oppose toll roads, new toll roads, extending toll roads, extending the contract on toll roads, whatever. I feel like this state, the citizens of this state are being tolled into oblivion. I pay tolls a lot of the time because I travel all over this state, and if I want to make my meetings on time, I have to use the toll roads. But I'm about to take out a second mortgage on my house so that I can pay my toll bills. It's getting really serious. In DFW area, you know, it can cost you $20 to go across Dallas sometimes at peak hours. So that's the reason we are opposing the bill. I understand the need. I appreciate your comments, Representative Patterson, about the local people taking responsibility for this. I think that would have been a better solution than to put the burden on everybody else who drives up and down 130. So we oppose the bill. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions of Ms. Rhodes? Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. The chair calls C. Brian Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, would you come forward and state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Brian Cassidy. I'm a partner with the Locke Lord Law Firm. I'm appearing today on behalf of the SH-130 Concession Company and in support of HB 2795. You've heard a lot about the value and the benefit, the value proposition, the benefits that this can provide through the asset it can deliver. What I want to focus on briefly is some of the technical and procedural aspects of the bill, which help protect the state and the public. The bill provides that TxDOT and SH-130 should try to structure an amendment to the existing CDA to extend the term by up to 20 years if the amendment shows that the state will benefit and if the funds are committed for the connector. It does not require the amendment be consummated, and it doesn't automatically grant an extension to that concession term. It simply requires the parties to try and negotiate an extension of the term in a manner which provides demonstrable benefits to the state, many of which you've already heard. It facilitates a conversation that could lead to delivery of a significant asset to the state. There's another aspect of the bill, which is that the funds committed for the project will either be used by TxDOT directly or be used following TxDOT's procurement and design guidelines, so that the state, again, and the public are protected that anything else would happen that would be differ from traditional contracting and road building requirements. I don't have enough time probably to correct a lot of the misstatements you've heard already, but let me try on a couple. This is not owned by a private foreign investor. This is owned by strategic value partners who came in and acquired the debt. The debt exists. The debt was not wiped out. Equity was wiped out when there was a bankruptcy on this project, but the debt still exists. Strategic Value Partners came in. Strategic Value Partners is an American company. It's based in the U.S. It's run by U.S. citizens. The fact that it has foreign offices, I don't think makes it a foreign investor. It is the largest investors in SVP are state-run pension programs. It's about as far from a foreign investor as you can get. The second largest equity owner in the project, in the concession company, is the federal government. The TIFIA loan was not wiped out. It was converted to equity. They are a member of the consortium that owns and operates the project. With respect to the defects in the project, what SVP did when the project came out of bankruptcy was spend a lot of money to fix that project. They're a good actor, not a bad actor. With respect to the tolls in the corridor, there's nothing about this that requires tolls to go up, to be influenced at all. It is purely independent of the funds that the company is willing to pay for this. As to why the region may not have advanced this project, I think there's a couple explanations. I can't speak for the region, but I think this is one of those instances where growth probably outpaced the planning process. I bet many of you have projects in your districts which you wish had been done a long time ago. If the project planning process had been, you could have anticipated that would have been done. This is one of the fastest growing regions of the state, along with areas like Denton County. But the fact that you heard the demand from locals, the expectation, the hope that it comes, I think that helps. That's part of the reason why is this really grew so fast. The other thing I would suggest is this is not a county road. This spans multiple counties, so one county can't agree to do this connector. It would take all of the corridor to do that, and this way you're getting it without any of the local taxpayer dollars having to be spent at all. Apologize for running over.
Members, are there any questions for the witness? Yes, Mr. Brother, Chairman Canal.
Bill doesn't require them to build the road, does it?
That's correct.
It doesn't make anybody do anything, does it?
That's correct.
It allows them to negotiate. We give them the authority to negotiate with TxDOT, is that correct?
That is correct.
TxDOT can shoot this down, can't they?
Absolutely.
And so if the TxDOT studies it and says, we don't like it, it doesn't happen, does it?
That's right.
Okay, and there's nothing in the bill that says it's raising the toll.
Absolutely not.
And so if ultimately TxDOT makes a decision that this is not in the best interest of the plan, the local plan, their plan, TxDOT can say, no, it's done.
That's exactly right. The bill, your language in the bill says that it's got to the amendment has to outline the benefit the state will derive from extending the term.
Does this do anything other than allow TxDOT to negotiate with the company?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions of the witness? Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against this bill? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Canals to close on the measure.
So, members, once again, you've heard it. It's not mandating anybody. It's just giving the TxDOT the authority and a tool in the toolbox. They decide this is good, they don't. We're allowing TxDOT to review it. I will tell you the city of New Braunfels supports it, Caldwell County supports it, New Braunfels EDF supports it, New Braunfels Chamber supports it, the Greater San Marcos Partnership supports it, San Antonio Chamber of Commerce supports it, the Austin Chamber of Commerce supports it, Texas Trucking Association supports it, Laredo Motor Carriers Association supports the mayor of Lockhart, the mayor of Seguin, and North American Strategy for Competitiveness. There is broad support for it, allowing this company to enter into a negotiation that doesn't require anybody to do anything other than negotiate. That's for favorable consideration.
Thank you, Representative Canales. House Bill 2795 will be left pending at this time. The chair lays out House Bill 2806. Chair offers a committee substitute to House Bill 2806. The chair recognizes Chairman Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, members, for allowing me to lay out the committee substitute to House Bill 2806. Many of you have not been through billboard bills before, but Representative Ashby, Davis, Landgraf, Lozano, Perez, and I have, and they're not fun. They're one of the most controversial bills or subjects in the House, and I didn't know that till I sat on this committee. So your inboxes and the boxes of your staff are probably full of emails. and much of them I've read, and they're not factually correct. And so I'm hesitant to bring any billboards before this committee for the very reason that the fight is truly very hostile and very contentious. But HB 2806 is a fairness issue and a property rights issue. And with all the highway projects that TxDOT's going to be delivering, what 2806 addresses is an issue that's going to be very more important and more frequent in the future. So current law has allowed for the relocation of commercial signs in the event of a highway improvement for decades. That's already existed. Under current law, TxDOT allows for the relocation of commercial signs, yet there's cities that routinely prohibit the relocation of commercial signs. So in this instance, a city can prohibit the relocation of a commercial sign, forcing the state to use its power of eminent domain to condemn the sign. So the city decides, the state pays, and the sign owner loses. So a sign owner is only paid the cost of the sign, less the depreciation, plus a de minimis amount for the value of the lease of the land where the sign is located. The sign comes down permanently. So relocated signs would continue to be treated like all other commercial signs and would be required to follow all of TxDOT's commercial sign regulations. To get a relocated sign permitted is a pretty arduous process. First, the sign owner's got to find a suitable location and a landowner that's ready to do it. The requirements of the location include, but are not limited to, being in a commercial or industrial area. Residential areas are prohibited. It must be at least 500 feet from another sign. It must be 250 feet from a park, 1,000 feet from a ramp or a rest area of an incorporated municipality. And once a suitable location is actually found within those parameters, you've got to determine if the property owner is still willing to have a commercial sign on their property. So at that point, the sign owner negotiates with the property owner. Only then, if the property owner agrees, can the sign owner go to TxDOT and request a permit to relocate the sign that has now been taken down because of expansion or growth. So what 2806 does is it supports property rights when they've been taken. It protects small businesses, and it saves the state a lot of money because what happens is the state ends up ultimately paying. So I'll reserve the right to close, and I'm sure we've got a testimony 2 and 4. But at the end of the day, I will tell you that this is a fairness issue and it's a property rights issue. And so stand for questions. If not.
Members, there are questions of Chairman Canales? If not, thank you. We got one witness.
No, a lot. This is.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That's all I wanted. The chair calls Billy Reagan. Billy, would you come forward and state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill? Good try.
Hello. My name is Billy Reagan. I'm for the bill, and I'm representing myself. I'm the president of Reagan National Advertising. We're a 58-year-old family-owned small business. We operate in multiple markets, but we're proud to call Texas home. I'm here today, as I stated, to voice my support for HB 2806. As Texans, we all cherish our sense of freedom and support for small business, but most importantly, as the author has stated, our support of property rights. But the question I have is what happens when those rights are threatened by government condemnation? This is a serious issue that is affecting outdoor advertising companies like mine, and we were going to have to deal with it on an increasing basis. With the pending I-35 expansion project, this problem is only going to accelerate and could have a devastating impact on my business and, more importantly, my employees. We could lose up to 50 sign faces without the opportunity to relocate them along this corridor through no fault of our own. When a road is widened, our signs are the collateral damage through condemnation. Under Texas law, when a government taking impacts our signs, the state is required to provide compensation or, in the alternative, allow for the relocation of the sign. Often, sign owners will elect to pursue relocation as opposed to condemnation, given we are not fairly compensated for their true value. The issue is, that many cities do not allow for relocation or make it impossible to undertake. All we're really asking for is the opportunity to continue to operate our business going forward. Certain cities and towns are refusing to allow us to relocate our signs. When this occurs, we're forced into condemnation, and the state taxpayers bear the burden of having to pay out the condemnation awards. All of this can be avoided, however. HB 2806 would require cities to allow for relocation of impacted signs at our own expense when a highway expansion project requires us to remove our sign or the sign is impacted by the project. No resident of the Lone Star State deserves to have his or her property rights taken by the government without being given the opportunity to relocate their business. Quite simply, relocation is a win-win. That's why I'm urging your support, and I appreciate your time today and happy answer any questions that anyone may have.
Members, are there any questions of Mr. Reagan? Chairman Canales.
So just the right to relocate doesn't mean you actually get to relocate if you can't find a place. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
So you still got to go find a landowner and a spot that complies with the rules.
Yeah, on our dime.
On your dime.
Yeah.
So nobody's asking the state to pay for it or the city to pay for it. You're just saying, look, if you took my sign away, I just want to be able to find a place to put my sign back if I can find one.
That's correct.
And not charging anybody for it.
That's correct. And the state statute allows for that, as you've laid out. But the problem is municipalities are saying, oh, we're just not going to grant you the permit, and the state's going to have to pay for it.
And so at that point, the Texas picks up the tab.
That's correct.
Members, are there any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Reagan.
Thank you.
The chair calls Dan Foster. Mr. Foster, will you come forward, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, members, I'm Dan Foster. I'm here on behalf of Reagan Sign Company. I'm speaking for the bill. So, Chairman Canales, I think you summarized it exactly right. I'm an attorney, and I've been representing landowners in eminent domain cases for almost 20 years. And over the years, I've had the good fortune to represent some sign companies, but I will tell you, if anyone comes here today and says that sign companies are treated equally with other condemnees in condemnation cases, that's not accurate. And if anyone tells you that this bill is not necessary because sign companies get paid in an eminent domain case for the taking of their property, then I would also say that's inaccurate. And I want to give you an example about why city restrictions on relocation cause sign companies to be treated differently than any other condemnee in an eminent domain case. The premise behind eminent domain, when you have a business, the government comes in and they take your real estate. But what the government doesn't have to do is pay for your business. And the premise behind that, they could, if they actually acquired your business, they would have to pay you for it. But what our case law says is the government doesn't have to pay you for your actual business because you're not losing your business. Great example, let's say you own a convenience store. The government comes in, widens the road, takes your convenience store. They only pay you for your real estate asset. That real estate asset's valued on the income it can generate through its leases. The idea behind not paying for the business, too, is that if you're paid for your real estate, then you can just pick up and move down the street and buy another convenience store or build another convenience store. And therefore, your business is transportable. Not the same for sign companies in municipalities where you can't relocate your business because the signs are the business. So unlike the convenience store, if a sign gets condemned and they get paid for the real estate, and all they get paid for, by the way, is the value of the structure, the depreciated value of the structure and nothing else, they can't take that money and move to another site. And I think that's why sign companies are treated differently than any other condemnee in this situation.
Mr. Foster, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Members, are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Foster.
Thank you.
The chair calls Richard Rothfelder. Mr. Rothfelder, would you come forward, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Thank you very much. Chairman, members, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Richard Rothfelder. I represent billboard companies throughout the state, including Reagan National, and I support the bill. I've handled billboard condemnation cases throughout the state for over 40 years. I support what Mr. Foster said. And I'd like to speak to this issue from a lawyer's perspective, representing these property owners in condemnation cases throughout the state. The fact of the matter is, as the chairman pointed out, that the Texas Transportation Commission started permitting the relocation of billboards decades ago for billboards that had to be removed to accommodate the many highway construction projects throughout the state. those relocation rights were undertaken by the Texas Transportation Commission in recognition that the billboard owner would remove the sign and relocate it at his own expense at a site that complied with the state's regulations for the relocation site, as the chairman pointed out. And secondly, in recognition of the billboard owner's agreement to avoid condemnation, to avoid going through the expense and burden of the state of an eminent domain proceeding, and to instead accept only the cost less depreciation of the sign. Now, as was alluded to earlier, in every other condemnation case, the owner of the condemned property is entitled to the fair market value, and billboards generate rent and other income-producing property like apartments, office buildings are valued, and just compensation is determined on the basis of the rents. In this particular case, however, the billboards are valued only on their cost on the theory that they might be able to simply move down the street. But we know that several cities throughout the state have deprived the opportunity to relocate, and that theory of moving the business down the street and continuing the value of the sign is therefore forfeited. This bill provides consistency, predictability, and the fairness that the chairman mentioned throughout the state so that the billboard companies can comply with the Texas legislature's intent to put those billboards at alternative locations consistent with those state regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Rothfelder. Members, are there any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The chair calls Harris Masterson. Mr. Masterson, would you come forward, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill? I don't see him. Is Mr. Masterson here? Okay, we will show him not present
Did not testify.
and not testifying, but against the bill.
Andrea French.
The chair calls Andrea French. Will you please come forward, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good afternoon. I'm Andrea French, Executive Director for Scenic Houston, and we respectfully oppose legislation. I'm here representing Scenic Houston, Scenic Texas, and our sister chapters and affiliates in Fort Worth, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, and Galveston. As I mentioned, we respectfully oppose HB 2806 for various reasons that I know that you've received letters in your inboxes. And I would like to focus on three major points. First, there is no public purpose to this bill. It solely benefits private billboard companies who are sign permit holders. And that benefit is to the extreme detriment of Texas residents and the nearby businesses and property owners who will have property devaluations from a billboard that could block their own business. Property owners have no remedy for a billboard blocking their view. But with this legislation, if a building is erected that blocks a billboard, it will trigger an automatic remedy for the billboard owner and company. This also presents potential challenges for entities such as TxDOT with the relocation of billboards due to highway construction and realignment. Second, the bill grants rights to sign permit holders that property owners do not even have. They are visibility rights and readability rights, and permission to operate inside cities without city approval or citizen input. No community input, even if a community has already said no. That's unfair to virtually everyone except the billboard permit holders. Finally, these signs mar the beauty of Texas. It's the very reason our own President Johnson and our beloved Lady Bird took this up in 1965 from the White House. Lady Bird watched billboards and junkyards locate next to our brand new interstate highway system and decided it wasn't what America the Beautiful should look like or be known for. Over 350 Texas cities agreed with her and over time stopped new billboards. Some of those cities have been working on minimizing the impact of billboards for over 40 years. My home, the city of Houston, is one of the leaders of those 350 cities, and over the past 40 years, after the city adopted its no new billboard ordinance, we went from being known as the billboard capital of the world with 15,000 billboards. Yes, 15,000.
Ms. French,
Yes.
your time is up.
Okay, thank
Members,
you.
are there any questions?
So I just want to say in final closing that this bill would really take us back decades and the work that we've really done to ensure the scenic beauty of our state. And I just ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. French. The chair will call Gregory Porter. Mr. Porter, will you come forward, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good afternoon. Chairman, members, I actually have some specific experience
Go ahead
with...
and state your name.
I'm Gregory Porter. I represent Texas for Liberty and myself.
And your position on the bill?
I'm against the bill.
Only register for himself.
It just shows you represent for yourself.
That's fine. Yeah, I think that's the way that I signed.
Position on the bill?
Against.
Against.
Yeah. And I get this. I'm a business owner, I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm also pro property rights. I have a suggestion at the end here. I purchased 80 acres of property outside of Austin with a partner in 2006, and it had a billboard on it. And one of the things that I learned is, unfortunately, the billboard companies had these very slick two-page leases that negotiated a right of first refusal on a very tiny piece of property. And we had a very challenging time working with the billboard company, and as has been discussed, the thing that's not discussed here is that the property value of properties that have billboards near them is often reduced as a result of the billboard. For example, you can't put driveways in certain locations. And so my sense on this, I actually, interestingly enough, actually had done a little volunteer work with Scenic Austin and Scenic Texas before on this specific issue around digital billboards. But unfortunately, these billboards really reduce property values for other people. And I do agree, though, that maybe the way that we should approach this to compensate the billboard companies, that maybe we need to write a law that expands this concept of condemnation to include the greater of the income loss of the billboards, which is a very sensible way to make sure that they're fairly compensated. I do agree that they should not be in a condemnation where they're being paid for a tiny piece of real estate. But I will say, to counter that, for many, many years, they've negotiated these very tricky right of first refusal clauses that have made it very difficult for other property owners to negotiate with them. So karma or otherwise, I think that's important. But I do absolutely support the concept of maybe putting some legislation forward that allows them to be fairly compensated for the income of those signs. But last thing is, Lady Bird Johnson planted wildflower seeds, and these things are very, very much the opposite direction. So it's supposed to be difficult for them to be able to relocate these.
Members, are there any questions for the witness? Thank you for attending.
My pleasure. Thank you.
The chair calls Jared Hruska. Jared, will you please come forward, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman, Committee. My name is Jared Hruska. I'm representing myself. I am for this bill. I live in nearby Bastrop, and I've followed sign laws since 2016 when I participated in a stakeholder group focused on our area's billboard regulations. I also know what it's like to run a business in our state, and I know how eminent domain and other forms of government overreach can hurt small business. That's why I support HB 2806 and why I urge the committee to approve it. As I understand it, HB 2806 would give sign companies an opportunity to have their signs relocated, as we've discussed, rather than have the state's taxpayers pay for their removal. That sounds like a fair, common sense rule to me, unlike many of the regulations here in my hometown of Austin, which I believe are making it harder to run a successful business and to provide jobs for our communities. About 20 years ago, I was working with a well-known event venue here in Austin, a beloved local business that operated in a 100-year-old historic building. It found itself in an eminent domain dispute involving local authorities, wound up shutting its doors and letting all of its employees go, and has since been replaced by luxury condominiums. I don't believe this would have happened if this business had been fairly compensated for its loss of land or been given some sort of option to relocate. The dispute led to a long legal battle, and because of that, my employers did not have the means to move the business or open a new one. I use that as an example because fundamentally, private property is something that's supposed to be sacred in Texas. Please vote for HB 2806 so that we can keep it that way. I thank the committee for each of your time and consideration, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Huska. Is there any questions by the committee? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The chair calls Tim Anderson. Mr. Anderson, will you come forward and state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members. My name is Tim Anderson. I am a director in the Outdoor Advertising Association of Texas, and I handle regulatory affairs for Clear Channel Outdoor here in Texas. Everybody's so erudite on this subject matter. I really have nothing to add, but I'd like to recast one of the factors you've been talking about, and the chairman himself notated. He said that this is a matter of fairness. Yes, but this is a little different than fair. This is a situation where municipalities are picking winners and losers. They are looking at legitimate businesses, they're gathering it up, and they're deciding which of these legitimate...
I'm sorry.
Forgive me.
I don't think you stated your position.
Forgive me, I'm for the bill.
Okay.
Forgive me. But the municipalities are choosing which of these legitimate businesses will be allowed to move their assets to someplace else in the cities, and which of those are not. So in this case, we are for this bill simply because it allows, or prevents, if you will, the cities from picking winners and losers. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions of this witness? Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against this measure? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Canales to close.
I close.
At this time, the chair withdraws the committee substitute to House Bill 2806. Thank you, Chairman Canales. HB 2806 will be left pending at this time. The chair lays out House Bill 3418. The chair offers a committee substitute to House Bill 3418. The chair recognizes Chairman Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, members, for allowing me to lay out the committee substitute to 3418. One of our chief responsibilities in this committee is to ensure that our state is able to fully fund our transportation system. If we fail to build for the future, we will be leaving a less prosperous future for the next generation. I say this as a person who sometimes lies awake at night worried how we're going to pay for transportation in the future. Currently, the state generates about $4 billion in gasoline and diesel tax, which is dedicated to transportation. With the growth of electric vehicles and other alternatively fueled vehicles, our state is facing a true uncertainty on how to collect an essential part of the transportation funding sources. So right now, there are commercial trucks driving on Texas roads that are powered by batteries or hydrogen, and they're not truly paying their fair share either. So Texas created its motor fuel tax in 1923, 100 years ago, charging 1 cent a gallon at first, which the gas station collects and then remits to the state. So when you drove here today for the hearing, the motor fuels tax is part of what ensured that those roads were actually there when you needed them. So vehicle miles travel tax, also frequently called VMT, or fee for mileage based fee, is a policy of charging motorists based on the amount of miles you've traveled. That's because when you travel, you consume pavement. So if we must replace the motor fuels tax, which is rapidly coming, and we've already seen that electric vehicles and other people are not paying their fair share, VMT offers the best promise for a fair and equitable funding source in the maintenance of the Texas roads. So House Bill 3418 is an important step to looking in to the future for a stable, long-term funding source for Texas transportation, period. So I know there's people in this hearing room who have concerns over VMTs, and I hope these committee members listen and realize what I have. These concerns are exactly why we must pass this bill. Failure to study this issue closely will lead to this legislature to make planning and policy decisions without the information they need to plan for the future. If we're not looking at VMTs and we think that the fuel tax is going to save us or going to be around, we are sorely mistaken. And so I'll reserve the right to close, and I look forward to the testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Canales. Members, are there any questions of Chairman Canales? Seeing none, the chair will call Rachel Hale. Rachel, will you please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Hell. I'm representing Texas Eagle Forum myself, and I'm opposed to this bill because I do not believe if it's truly for just electric vehicles, then let's carve that out and let's do it for the electric vehicles. I'm not going to own an electric vehicle. I'm fine to pay gas tax. The GOP Plank 63 clearly states that we will oppose Biden's infrastructure and green energy plan that threatens our freedom to travel, imposing a federal tax. This bill would actually be the first step, as Chair Canales said, in opposing a state mileage tax. This is essentially a toll tax for every mile you drive. Although this is only a pilot program for commercial trucks, we know the ultimate goal is to push this on every vehicle because it creates a task force to study replacing the state gas tax. It also seeks funding from Biden's infrastructure bill that Texans have rejected. We do not want federal funds imposed on Texas. I have seen firsthand the strings attached that comes from federal funding in our public education system, and I do not want it attached to our roads. I also have a letter from Governor Abbott that he sent reminding Texas state agency leaders to review all provisions of Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which is the Biden infrastructure plan, before accepting or applying for federal funding opportunities, stating, please consider all of the requirements, particularly new ones, and carefully assess their implications. Should the acceptance of any federal funds hinder or needlessly constrain the state, commit the state to ongoing costs for which there is not an appropriation available, or require an agency to implement a federal policy contrary to the law or policy of this state, the agreement proposed by the federal agency should not be signed. I will leave you with a quote from Milton Friedman: nothing is so permanent as a temporary government program. And I respectfully ask for you to oppose this bill.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions?
I do.
Yes, Chairman Canales.
So you don't currently own an electric vehicle?
No, and I will not.
I don't like them either. I like the sound of the gasoline truck. But you had to fill your car up to get here, right?
I did.
And the more you drive, the longer you go, or the longer
Right.
you got to put more gas in it?
And I'm okay with that because you're not tracking me.
I'm not.
The government's not going to track
Excuse me, ma'am. Just let me ask my questions, please.
Okay.
So the more you drive, the more gas you've got to put in it, right?
Okay.
And the more gas you put in it, the more tax you're paying. So you're already paying taxes per mile that you drive, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But I don't want to be imposed of mileage tax either. That's an additional tax.
No, this would be an implementation of a study.
How do we know it's not going to end up being more than our gas tax?
That's not the issue of the bill. So you've expanded on something that's not even in the bill.
Exactly, an unintended consequence, possibly.
Thank you,
The chair calls John Pruitt. Will you please come forward, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. My name is John Pruitt. I'm from Cypress, Texas. I represent Tieport Distributing, a tanker trucking company in Houston area, as well as I'm chairman of the Texas Trucking Association. I'm here to speak and testify against House Bill 3418. Pardon me. Ladies and gentlemen, I have written comments that I'm going to give to Mr. Castro here. And rather than bore you with reading that, I have a few comments I'd like to make, please.
Thank you.
Really three points, folks. One, we see this as an invasion of privacy. Chapter 552 of the State Government Code doesn't provide adequate privacy protection. I know this is just a study, but it's a slippery slope. And they're letting people have access to confidential information that trucks have. Now, I live in Cypress, Texas. Some of y'all may live in Lufkin or Bryan or West Laco or Odessa. But every one of us here, I believe, if somebody we don't want in our house tries to get in our house, we're not going to like that. My house as a trucking company is my home. My confidential records are my home. And what the government's trying to do is get in my home, and I don't want them there. We're already monitored by the government. We abide by the government policies and procedures, but we see this as an invasion of privacy of trucking companies. It's not necessary. Tieport has about 3.5 million miles a year in what we run. And we pay fuel tax, diesel tax, and as the chairman well noted, the more miles you run, the more fuel you use. Now, we actually last raised the fuel tax in Texas in 1991. TXTA has been a proponent to increase that, and we can. So inherently, we can fix this problem. All we have got to do is increase the fuel tax. So I think, we don't really need to remix the whole system. Per DMV, a Texas agency, we currently have 105,807 electric vehicles in Texas. We have over 5 million diesel-powered vehicles. Now tell me, 47 to 1, that's the ratio. How fast are electric vehicles going to catch up to diesel? And so how effective is a vehicle miles travel tax going to really be in helping us bridge this gap we're talking about? Concerns I have, I think ultimately this study is going to become more than a study. It's going to try to become a law. I don't think assessing replacement motor fuels tax is good for the state of Texas. I think it puts us in danger of both reducing our tax base ultimately as well as hurting the oil and gas industry. I feel in some ways, as a concern I have, this bill is for the benefit of the federal government and their policies and not so much for the policies of Texas. We pass this bill, if y'all pass this bill and the governor signs it, it'll be probably sometime in May. The federal budget, their budget year stops in September. So you're telling me in 120, 150 days, you're going to do a study on 300 vehicles and have that done. My guess is there's more to the story than I know. But I'm just saying we're Texas and we're a sovereign state, and I don't believe we need this VMT tax, even a study done at this time. Thank you. I'm open to questions.
Members, are there any questions for Mr. Pruitt? Thank you, sir.
Yes.
The chair calls Jerry Maldonado, Jerry, would you please come forward, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill? And I would like for you guys to try to make your testimony concise and not repeat what somebody else said.
Got it. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jerry Maldonado. I'm the Director of Operations for Warren Transport, a privately owned trucking company. I'm also the chair for the Laredo Motor Carriers Association. Warren Transport was established in 1949 in Iowa. It started doing business in Texas in 1981. We run roughly every month through the state of Texas 700,000 miles with our trucks coming into Texas and leaving Texas and going wherever they're going in the United States of America. The fuel tax is something that we pay every single time we fuel our trucks. We do feel that there's a need for more money for infrastructure. We do want our drivers to be out there and move from point A to point B safely. And ultimately, it's something that we want to pay our fair share of. And we currently do it every time we fuel a truck. 120 gallons, 150 gallons, whatever fits on the truck, depending on the truck. With that being said, the mention of electrical vehicles. Electrical vehicles are something that exists. I see them every day too. When it comes to trucks, it's not that simple. An over-the-road truck, a driver that leaves Laredo and is going to go to Waterloo, Iowa, is going to have to can drive 11 hours every day on a 14-hour shift and then take a 10-hour break and then do it all over again and do it all over again. And that's the job. That's what they do. That's how they make a living. There is no truck that in my lifetime or your lifetime you will see that can do that consecutively without, it's impossible to charge a truck to do that. There's no range. And anybody that can say that it does, I challenge you to bring it to me and I'll buy it. But it doesn't work like that. It's not that simple. We don't want to pay an additional tax or an extra tax. We're fine with the one we have, and if we need to raise it, let's raise it. We support that. Don't reinvent the wheel. Leave it as it is. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions of the witness? Thank you, Mr. Maldonado.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Maldonado, no problem.
Chair calls John Willis. John, would you come forward and state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
I'm John Willis, representing myself and Texas Moving Company, and I oppose the bill. While I'm sure the author of the bill is very well intended and sincere in his desire to help Texas, this bill is misguided on several levels. In my opinion, the vehicle miles traveled fee or tax does nothing more than grow government, requiring many levels of oversight to implement and collect this tax, and only a few honest citizens will be paying. If the EVs are really the issue, collecting taxes because they don't buy fuel, why is the focus of this study the trucking industry and the fuel-buying big rigs? It's misguided. Further, electric trucks at that level are totally irrelevant at this point. As Jerry said, for the reason that I have is they're expensive and they're too heavy. An EV weighs 8,000 pounds more than a conventional rig. that takes 8,000 pounds out of our payload. Thus, to keep the infrastructure going, we're going to have more trucks on the road. And they weigh more, right? What's that going to do to the highway? This bill also infers that we should replace the most broad-based, sensible, efficient, and fair tax most of us are asked to pay, the motor fuels tax. A tax that is utilized by all 50 states, most of them being in place for 100 years. This tax has an unbelievably low cost of collection. I'm told 1%. Beat that. This tax also meets the goal of very effectively punishing the inefficient vehicles, right? You got to buy more fuel if you're inefficient. Committee members, let's be honest. We have neglected our responsibility by leaving the fuel tax on the shelf for 32 years. 32 years, Ms. Harris. Republicans and Democrats need to come together and come up with some type of index rate for a new fuel tax. Do what 33 other states have done over the past 10 years and fix the fuel tax rate. Another false premise is oil is going away or will be greatly reduced. Dr. Ray Perryman recently spoke in Odessa and stated the same amount of oil produced in 2023 will still need to be produced in 2050.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Members, are there any questions of the witness? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chairman Rainey. I know you traveled about 350 miles to be here, and you're a constituent of mine. So if my question is, can you finish what you had prepared?
Well, I thought I had a pretty clever little
Take your time.
ending. In 1959, a well-intended Swedish inventor named Stephen Gustav Thulin set out to, with his goal to literally save the planet by saving trees from production. His invention was the plastic grocery bag. Good intentions, horrible result. Committee, please don't buy into a bill that is trying to invent a new plastic bag to save the world. Stick with the good old paper bag, and we'll work on how to add some handles.
Thank you, sir. The chair calls Jonathan Kinnemer. Jonathan, would you come forward, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Kinnemer with CKJ Transport and opposed to House Bill 3418. CKJ is a small family-owned business my dad started in 1960. It's now, thankfully, a third-generation Texas-based trucking company operating over 300 trucks across the state of Texas. In short, any vehicle miles traveled tax, or VMT, would be very costly to my business and ultimately passed on to the consumer. It's simply a bad idea. In my 30-plus years in the trucking business, I've seen many, many changes. And I believe our industry is already overtaxed and overburdened. Most recently, since the pandemic, my company's been shouldered with rising equipment and material costs, supply chain disruptions, and a progressive shortage in labor capacity. The last thing I need is additional tax on already decreasing margins. I'll provide you with an example. In our oil field business out in West Texas, we have a terminal located in New Mexico. So we've experienced the VMT firsthand as New Mexico has adopted such. While that state also had an intent to replace the motor fuels tax, it has not. As a matter of fact, rarely does a VMT ever replace anything. It only adds to the cost and administrative burden of trucking companies like mine. So in addition to paying state and federal road use tax, registration fees under the IRP, and many, many state permits, we're required to pay this VMT tax to the state of New Mexico. And all about doing the right thing, we're going to pay our tax. However, many do not, as the tax evasion rate in New Mexico is upward of 27 to 43%. Some states are even higher. For this reason, we at our company, we try to maintain more freight lanes in Texas than New Mexico. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members, I ask for you to oppose House Bill 3418.
Members, are there any questions of Mr. Kinnemer? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming. Chair calls John Esparza. John, would you come forward, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Vice Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, members, my name is John Esparza. I'm the president of the Texas Trucking Association, representing the many men and women of the trucking industry, and I'm here to respectfully speak in opposition of House Bill 3814. First, I know we can proudly say that we've worked alongside you throughout years to positively shape and provide industry input on legislation that affects our economy, our industry, and least of which is the safety of all the Texans on our highways. I'll share a handful of items, a number of which you've already heard a little bit better than I can put from the members themselves, but touching on those three areas, initially one being the equity and fairness. As was stated, there's been attempts in VMTs in other states that have proven costly and difficult to comply with. A number of the companies that we talked to and that have called on us on this issue, not here today, all seem to have that same theme. It's the concern over the equity, that the payers will subsidize the evaders. And I know that's the challenge that the VMT has seen in other states, and one that was brought up already. The issue of privacy, the integration of technology, and enforcement already brought to your attention. States that have attempted these VMT taxes, while we have technology that is advancing at tremendous rates, the privacy issues related to VMT taxes have not been advancing or as resolved. Truckers are sensitive to tracking devices and their privacy. While they exist in many formats, they're not directly tied to government tracking. And lastly, it's everybody's highway, of course. We firmly believe that solving the future of funding on our highway infrastructure on the backs of the trucking industry through a new tax would prove to be costly and impact a delicate supply chain, or certainly has the potential to do that. It's a disruption of business. Then that's what you will continue to hear from the members that took the time to be here today. This is what we've learned from states that have deployed or attempted to date, as one of our members just stated, and the outcome certainly has not been as positive as we might hope when we're trying to look at a new device to extract taxes for these purposes. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yes, Mr. Ashby.
Yeah, John, I'm not well versed on VMTs, but the last witness, and now you've brought up that under your equity component part, some of these other states that have gone to a VMT, y'all talked about evading the tax. I mean, how do you go about doing that?
Well, primarily it's one of the letters that I shared with you all talks about how that currently is deployed, how you extract that tax today, and it's at a high rate of collection, given that it's the rack, and that's compared to the number of trucks across the state, it's a relatively few and easier to extract than you would have to chase the tax afterwards. What these other states are seeing, and as the example that was given for New Mexico and our neighbor, the evasion there is effectively those that are going to be paying monthly or going to be paying quarterly after the fact. The very folks in this room behind us that are maybe doing that in other states, if they're seeing it, they are subsidizing those that they're not. The trucking industry consists of the 161,000 companies across the state. That could be anyone from a one truck operator to a major package hauler. In those situations, it's certainly as much easier to audit a company that's easy to find. And I think rather unfortunately for the trucking industry, when you have a number of companies that are difficult to find or that they're working to evade the tax, it's not taken at the collection. They're not pumping it and paying it right as they're getting it. You're having to chase that effectively. And those states that have done that or looking at that, they're also growing the cost of administration for that evasion, which was referenced earlier in the fact that would likely grow government in order to do that.
Thank you.
Members, are there other questions?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So thank you for being here, John. So we received I think it was a one-pager last night. So you listed a lot of concerns.
Yes,
that I reviewed. And in fact, you list tax evasion, overhead, technology, data tracking, and those are all valid concerns. But I'm not here to implement VMT, and that's not what this is doing. This is beginning the conversation. So, and it's the future is upon us. But I want to make sure this committee understands some things about. And you mentioned that you'd worked real well with my office, and I believe that we have in the past. But just so the this committee's aware, did I not, how long has it been since we sent you, or talked about this bill with your association?
Oh,
You know?
I'd say easily back to last September when it was first brought to our attention that there was a conversation with you and a number one of our leaders to discuss the potential for a VMT. As a matter of fact, I would say even before we heard it in the news, one of your staff reached out to us and say, listen, you're going to hear this. Let's talk about it.
Okay. And we actually provided you with a copy of the bill, correct?
Yes, sir. The day before you filed the bill, we were called over to your office and sat down with your team and talked through the bill. And it was at that point that we shared the concern over the truck-only VMT.
Okay. Did y'all take that back to your office, overlook it, and provide feedback to us?
Actually, yeah, we did. After we took that back, is when we started to pull some of the other pieces out of what we were seeing there. But it was made clear to us under no uncertain terms that the truck-only component was going to stay in that piece of legislation, and for that, we'd have to oppose it.
In fact, the first time y'all actually came back and spoke to my staff was this last Saturday. Isn't that correct?
No, sir. Actually, we've been in touch via text and phone prior to that, if I'm not mistaken, both with myself.
I think you are, because my chief of staff has very detailed notes and says that the first time that y'all got back to us regarding the bill was this past Saturday, but I'll move on. So I would just tell you in the future that my office is always open.
We do know that, yes, sir.
And accessibility with me has never been a problem.
No, sir.
What I will tell you is that I think that the association, when somebody reaches out to you and asks for feedback or talks to you or says, hey, how do we do this, or what do you think, less than 4 days before, is a little, to me, is not the courtesy I've even extended to you. So what I would say is in the future, y'all should do a better job when somebody's reaching out to you well in advance, months in advance. But nevertheless, so let's have a conversation about fair shares, because you keep talking about fair shares. And so you're aware of the pavement consumption study that was passed out of this legislature, that was of this committee and then conducted?
Yes, sir. Very aware.
Okay. And do you have any idea what the results came back as?
I saw a number of results that came back. We talked about the equity of the consumption of pavement and looking at oversized, overweight versus even regular commercial vehicles and, of course, passenger cars.
Are you aware that commercial trucks consume more pavement than anything?
I am aware that there's a formula that exists in which a commercial vehicle that has a proper axling consumes pavement at a rate that is much less than what a vehicle that is not properly axled might have.
Nevertheless, the average specs are that a fully loaded commercial vehicle consumes the rate pavement at 10,000 times the rate of a regular passenger vehicle.
No, we respectfully disagree with that.
Hey, then tell me what it is.
That's the question for TTI, and I think when they brought us this pavement study forward, they also suggested that there's an amount that they assigned to the gap that is equivalent to about $300 million. And $300 million with the amount of trucks in the state of Texas that are moving at any given time, that math doesn't work out to me.
So what is you're the Texas Trucking Association?
Yes, sir.
I would assume that if you represent the great majority of truckers and you've seen the study, that you would have an opinion on how much pavement a fully loaded commercial vehicle consumes.
Our pavement would be aligned with what the results of the test suggest, or the results of the study suggested, which was approximately raising 132.2 million from commercial vehicles, 167.9 million from oversized, overweight vehicles, equaling just about $300 million, which would be the equivalent to, according to TxDOT numbers, if you raise the fuel tax by a penny, that would generate about $33.5 million, which would be the equivalent of about 9 cents per mile, or 9 cents a gallon, to generate the kind of dollars that they're talking about to make up the that gap if we were looking at just the fuel tax.
And so, and this is not the truck, and so this is not an attack on trucking and commercial, because I'll give you an example. If fuel goes up, do you swallow that, or it gets passed to the consumer?
Well, if the fuel's going to go up, which it does all the time. I think a year ago, we were sitting here, diesel was about $1 more than we were sitting today. That is something that each independent company is going to have to make the adjustment to, and whether they can do that through a fuel surcharge or how they pass that along, if it's even possible to pass along. But it is not it is more complicated than just a pass-through, such as a single trip permit. Let's just say if you were moving a generator out of the Port of Brownsville up to Sweetwater, and you attained a permit in order to do that that said you're moving that piece of equipment at one time. That might be a lot easier to put in a bill to General Electric to say, this is what the state costs me to move it. But it doesn't necessarily work that way with fuel tax.
So I've sat on this committee, and I've watched and I've seen y'all support many overweight corridor bills. Are you aware of that?
Absolutely. I saw one last week that came to your committee with super heavy fuel trucks coming out of the valley, if I'm not mistaken, or coming out of Mexico.
And those corridors, they end up having to pay more, right?
In this particular instance, when that bill was first years back, and in fact, I think if we look back to that, we were on the record of supporting that as well. For that reason, it was taking a permit, extracting dollars from the user of that highway, and those dollars were going directly back to that highway.
So in general, when you get in this, because I've seen that your organization support many overweight corridor bills. In general, you're paying for a permit because you're overweight. Is that correct?
That is correct. But I think rather unfortunately right now that permit, there's no association between the cost of the permit and the consumption.
Wouldn't that be great if there was an association?
If they could figure that out.
Exactly. That's my point. Is that there should be an association between what you consume and what you pay, and that's not actually the trucking company's problem.
Right.
It's the consumer's problem. So my apple should actually cost more because the pavement it took to get it there, we're not paying for. The consumer. Not you,
right?
Not the trucking industry. And the problem is, you've already noted, and the study basically shows, and if you've got the study there, I'll point you to Table 4. We're underpaying commercial vehicles, and it's not you, it's the consumer.
Right.
Is underpaying about $2.1 billion that we should be paying. But the reality is, Texas is subsidizing all of our lives, every one of us, and they're doing it using you. And the reality is, you're right. You just said it. I would love for the overweight haul corridor to be commensurate with the pavement I consume. Wouldn't that be fair?
Well, it'd be fair if it wasn't the 10,000 to 1 that isn't something, again, that we don't agree with, and isn't based on a study from the 60s, I think, of pavement that was designed to actually fail.
But you do agree that in a heavy corridor, in a heavyweight, overweight corridor, you would want the charge to the commercial vehicle, which you're going to pass on. You're going to, because that's business, or you'd go broke. You would want that charge and that fee to be associated with the actual pavement you consume. Wouldn't that?
I do think that the complication is in that what you're suggesting is an easy pass-through.
I'm not suggesting easy pass-through. I'm just asking you, wouldn't you want it to be instead of just some arbitrary number they come up with?
Well, we would want it to be equitable. I think today, you see that the trucking industry is using, there are 4% of the users out there. They're 14% of the highway miles driven and paying 43% of the current fuel tax. So it does go to show that the trucking industry is putting a lot of money into this system. You know, almost $14,000 per truck into the system, whereas compared to a car, be a lot less.
There's no question in my mind that y'all are good actors, that the Trucking Association is good actors. We can't live without you guys. But the problem is, not you, the problem is the population is getting a free ride. And the only way that we can actually quit subsidizing Texans' way of life is for Texans to pay their fair share of what pavement they're consuming. And how do we measure that thing?
Mr. Chairman, you made this statement to me privately down in the valley when we were there for a hearing in September of, I believe it was, when that study was wrapping up. And after hearing that, I tried to absorb where where this was leading, where this was going, what in the form of a VMT, what it would look like. But I never did think that from that conversation that it would be just a truck-only VMT.
And you mentioned that in your letter. You mentioned that in your letter, and I actually responded to you. We'll include everybody. In fact, your letter alludes to the fact that if I included in my bill everybody, that would be fine. We actually told you that, and you said, no, we're still not fine. Isn't that correct?
What I said was, or what I was told was, we can't do it. That we couldn't do it because it may leave here, but there was problems with it that we would have moving forward. So for us to look at a VMT that was truck only and say, we'll make it for everybody, does improve the situation, I would agree. And when I went back to the board and the limited folks behind me and said, let's talk about this, and unequivocally the answer came back, it's still a VMT. The VMT is the problem. So these studies are helpful. There's no question about that.
So the study that you received and the study that I've seen, the study that was provided to the legislature with a great degree of accuracy shows that commercial vehicles, and I say it, and I need you to remember this, I'm not saying you, I'm saying the consumer is not paying, but we're grossly underpaying for the pavement that we're consuming. Isn't that what it shows?
Don't disagree, because the gap was shown specifically for trucks, and there was a gap for everybody else. No doubt about it. The contention from our organization is just specifically, if we had the energy, the desire to do this, to do it in a fuel tax is the most equitable way that we can do this today.
And I don't disagree, but the problem is that the legislature's got no appetite to do anything that has to do with indexing. So the question I ask you is, if commercial vehicles, i.e. the consumer, is grossly being subsidized by the state of Texas, using you, and we are underfunding transportation to as soon as $7 billion annually, then you tell me where we're going to make this up and how we do it. I mean, I think the consumer needs to pay for it, not you, the consumer. And you're saying the pass-through is not possible. Well, you do that every day. You pass, if the insurance goes up, you're going to pass. It comes back to the consumer.
I was reminded, about that appetite. I do continue to hear and believe that, if there was an appetite for increase in a fuel tax, if there was indexing, whatever the case may be, there's a few bills moving around right now that we can look at and say, and make viable, equitable options to do exactly what we're trying to do here.
And this bill doesn't implement VMT. It's just saying we want to study and see if it's even a possibility. Isn't that what it does?
It does. And even as late as your interim report, where it does state to look at the EVs, which I know is happening as well today. That is the takeaway that we have when looking through that report. Not only that, but other reports that we've seen and studied in other states.
So the committee's heard some stuff that this is about EVs. That's just a smidgen of the problem.
Agreed.
But about what I see is the problem, and sitting here watching it, and what the report shows is the problem, is that public is getting a free ride. Texas is basically subsidizing our way of life. They're doing it through you. And the question becomes, how do we solve the problem if we're underpaying? The commercial vehicle consumption is underpaying by $2.1 billion. How do we fix it if it's not by measuring the amount of pavement you consume? And how much? And you consume pavement by what? The miles you've traveled.
Well, I will say this, and it could be just a question of timing. At some point in the future, you've got smart highways, you've got smart bridges, you've got smart trucks that are talking to each other and that are platooning. There will reach a point in time where your highways are talking to those trucks, and in some cases in pilot programs they already are, and telling them there's a low bridge ahead.
How would that even happen if we couldn't study it, what you're talking about? Somebody somehow's got to study it.
Well, I think the technology has to be in place before the studies will be any relevant to us. And the technology today doesn't provide us with the batteries. What was said earlier about the weight of the batteries. We've got some bills in this legislature trying to address that. But until you reach a point when it comes to the use of alternative fuels that will make it an appetite for a truck to use, one of the members said that today. engine producers are for diesel and for Class 8 vehicles are making projections into decades that are flat at best, or at worst, I should say. There's not an appetite for the trucking industry to move away from a diesel engine because of the technology is not quite there that they will gain the load for that truck, where they lose that if they're using EVs or alternative fuels at this point.
I'll leave you with this, John. That studying means informing ourselves. And if we don't want to inform ourselves, that means we want to stay in the dark. And if you're scared of what the results are going to be, well, I'm sorry. But we do know what the results are right now, is that through you, everybody's getting subsidized. And so there's got to be a solution. And if you've got a better one than studying it and trying to figure it out, please let me know. My door's open.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
The chair would like to recognize Representative Lozano and Representative Lujan as being present. Members, are there any further questions of this witness? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
The chair calls Jackie Polk. Jackie, would you come forward, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good afternoon, members of the House Transportation Committee. My name is Jackie Polk, and I'm here representing Lee Trans Services from Lufkin, Texas, and the 500-plus trucking companies that we assist with their compliance and tax filing to state our opposition of HB 3418. I have over 28 years of experience in the transportation industry. During that time, I have worked with all of the jurisdictions and served on many IFTA, IRP, jurisdictional, and industry committees. While we understand the need for adequate funding for our state's highway system and realize that funding is being impacted by increased efficiencies of motor vehicles and purchases of alternate fuel vehicles, we have concerns regarding the proposed pilot program. For decades, our infrastructure programs have been funded by the collection of taxes on the fuel consumed while operating our motor vehicles. This includes both commercial and passenger vehicles. Initially, each jurisdiction developed their own set of regulations, definitions, filing periods, and laws structured around how motor carriers reported and paid this tax. Because of these inconsistencies, administration and compliance of the program was extremely difficult and burdensome to industry, government, and law enforcement. As a result of this and the ICE-T legislation that Congress enacted in 1991, states were required to conform with the IFTA program. Since that time, all of the lower 48 jurisdictions and 10 Canadian provinces have joined IFTA, which brought uniformity to the requirements in reporting and payment of taxes. No longer do motor carriers have to purchase fuel decals and file tax returns with every jurisdiction in which they operate. Nor do jurisdictional agencies have to administer the program for all the motor carriers that operate in their state. The program works well, it's easy to understand, limits opportunities to evade tax payment, and has the staffing in place to govern. Recently, the topic of implementing mileage user-based fees has begun to surface. Several states and groups like RUC America, which Texas is a member of, and the Eastern Transportation Coalition are currently researching pilot programs as we speak. The states of Kentucky, New Mexico, New York, and Oregon all impose a vehicle mileage tax on commercial motor vehicles, and they have for years, but they continue to work towards simplification. Most recently, in January of this year, the state of Connecticut implemented a highway user fee. And it has caused an administrative nightmare, not only for the motor carrier industry, but also for the Connecticut Department of Revenue Services that's tasked with administering the program. The tax they implemented is very complex, creating a burden on all involved in addition to moving the progress we made towards simplification of the process backward. I urge you not to make the same mistake. Diesel fuel tax rates during the first quarter of 2023 varied from Mississippi's 18 cents per gallon to California's 85.3 cents per gallon. Currently, Texas imposes a 20-cent per gallon.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Members, are there any questions?
If you've got testimony, you can give it to us. I would love to read it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Ashby.
Yeah, Jackie, I just want to say thanks for being here. It was funny, I was actually just about to walk over to the break room, and I heard him say Jackie Polk, and I was like, Wait, I know Jackie Polk. But anyway, thank you for being here. I'm sorry I didn't see you sitting out there. It's a 4-hour drive from Lufkin, so I really appreciate your testimony and hearing your opinion on the bill. So thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you've got prepared testimony, I'd love to read it, and by all means, the more information, the better, and that's what my intention is to gather information, and so if you've got.
Well, I hope to offer you some help here.
Absolutely. Love to hear it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I urge you not to make that mistake. And as I mentioned, Mississippi's tax rate is 18 cents per gallon. California is 85.3. Texas is 20 cents. So there's a lot of opportunity for movement here to keep the tax structure simple, utilize the existing programs in place, and industry is not opposed to a fuel tax rate. If you're concerned with the movement towards zero-emission vehicles, I implore you to contact the state of Indiana, where they recently passed legislation in both their House and their Senate that will allow them to calculate and collect tax from alternate fuel vehicles on the IFTA return. This allows them to generate additional tax revenue, but does not require them to develop a new system to administer the program, additional hardware in the motor carrier's vehicles, or staffing to manage the programs, and hours upon hours of education. IFTA also allows the ability to capture and calculate tax obligations for vehicles that only operate intrastate and lighter weight vehicles, not currently regulated under existing programs. So there's great opportunity to increase road funding without the implementation of an additional tax structure and systems to support. In closing, I want to thank you for your time and attention and to reiterate our opposition to HB 3418.
Thank you, Ms. Polk. Are there any further questions of this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair calls Brandon Woods. Brandon, would you please come forward, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Brandon Woods, and I represent myself as well as Refrigerated Transport Incorporated, small family-run trucking business out of Burleson, Texas, and we are opposed to House Bill 3418. As a company that utilizes owner-operator drivers, a VMT places an undue burden of additional equipment, additional taxation, and additional regulation upon a small business that is already one of the most regulated industries in Texas. Creating a new complicated system to collect a tax that has already been that can be very effectively collected makes little sense. As a small business, a VMT would add substantial expense, not only with equipment, but with also back office support within our company. These types of expenses are not easily passed along and become a cost of doing business. Margins in our industry are slim, and additional expenses such as these greatly affect our bottom line. We understand that the roadways of Texas are a vital part of how we run our business, and we want to pay our fair share to maintain and build new public roadways. We are in support of increasing the fuel tax. It has not been indexed since 1991, and we have been in favor for that for more than a decade. This tax, as you may be aware, is collected from around 100 or so fuel racks or distributors and takes a very small administrative fee of 1% or less to collect this tax. There are currently over 161,000 trucking companies in Texas, many of which are 1 to 6 trucks. The ability to enforce, collect, and audit all of these companies will provide extremely difficult for the agency that's charged with doing so. We understand that increasing taxes is not a popular political decision, but since 2009, more than 30 states have voted to raise their fuel tax with very little pushback from voters who understand the value of maintaining roads and bridges. In conclusion, we want to work with the Transportation Committee in all things related to transportation, roads, bridges, and how to fund those things. But at this time, a VMT is not that solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Members, are there any questions of this witness? Thank you, sir. The chair calls Nate Griglia. Don't know that I pronounced that right, and I apologize. Nate, would you please come forward and state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Chairman, committee members, my name is Nate Griglia. I represent WTX and myself, and I'm here in opposition of House Bill 3418. As Texas goes, so goes the nation. I wasn't born here, but I tell you what, I got here as fast as I could. I could appreciate the pride that comes with being the first, but more importantly, being the first to do so successfully. Fortunately, this is not one of those situations. Just a few years ago, Heartbeat of America was a motto that was used to describe our industry, the American truck driver. A program that focuses on segregation of commercial vehicles will be met with fierce opposition, placing the burden on the back of truck drivers to study our infrastructure funding gap would add additional cost pressure on an already struggling critical sector, increase what we have happily called our fair share, and will divert funds desperately needed to help support and drive down the cost of transportation. We're reaching a time when cost pressure on trucking companies outweigh revenue growth. 9 out of 10 fleets in the state of Texas operate 6 or less trucks. A major national insurance broker told me the other day that the same number of funds not sufficient notifications on customers' payment in one day, they receive more than one day than they typically do in 3 months. FreightWaves published an article that sampled a group of owner-operators, gave them kind of a, what's the state of the union, which 35.2% stated if the market does not rebound by the end of 2023, they will leave our industry. Leave our industry at a time when we are short 80,000 drivers nationwide. We have sky-high fuel, equipment, and insurance costs that have increased more than 200% in the past 3 years. Even still, we continue to pay our fair share. As you heard Jackie mention, RUC America, Eastern, Transportation Coalition, and Mileage-Based Fee Alliance have completed. Many have completed, currently studying many VMT programs. But the one thing I can tell you is they have not been able to find a way to efficiently or effectively monitor this tax.
Thank you, sir. Members, are there any questions of this witness? Okay. Members recognize that Representative Ashby is here. I think he's been here, though, hasn't he?
Well,
We didn't recognize him earlier?
I think we recognized him before.
Okay. The chair calls Jack Finger. Jack, will you please come forward, state your name, who you represent, and what your position is on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, other members of the committee, my name is Jack Finger. I'm representing myself, and I am opposed to this proposal. You know, it's been suggested that this mileage tax will be a replacement for the gas tax, but to my understanding, we won't know that until after the study. Full studies are going to be completed. And of course, even after that, there's no guarantee that it will be a replacement for the gas tax. This instead of the gas tax. Also, you know, just thinking about this, this really kind of presents the same problems that the gas tax already has. You know, the idea that, I mean, who's going to determine just how many pennies or dollars or whatever it will be per mile? Who's going to determine what the tax will be? And how will it be applied? Who's going to do the tracking on it? And if over time you have the same problem as with the gas taxes, that they're too low for our needs, who is going to raise those taxes? It'll be just as politically unacceptable as the attempt to raise gas taxes is politically unacceptable. But at least when I put gasoline into my vehicle, it's a relatively personal transaction. Nobody's really tracking me. Yes, of course, over time, when I get my vehicle registration, my mileage is tracked, but so far, it's still fairly personal. I don't have to have the government looking over me as I am putting gas in my tank. I would with this. There's got to be a better method of doing this and taking care of our electric vehicles than a mileage tax.
Thank you, Mr. Finger. Members, are there any questions of this witness? Thank you, sir. The chair calls Connor Swedberg. Mr. Swedberg, will you please come forward and state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and the committee members, thank you for your time today, your continued service to our state, and your effort to find a solution to fund our state highways. It's much appreciated. I am Connor Swedberg, the Director of Safety for Double Diamond Transport in San Antonio. I'm here today on Double Diamond's behalf. Myself and the 80 owner-operators we call our small business partners, and we respectfully oppose truck-only VMT tax proposals and the prospects raised in HB 3418 on the trucking industry in Texas. As you know, the trucking industry is heavily taxed and regulated, and adding an additional tax burden on our small business partners will hurt their ability to remain in business. These mom and pop truck companies constitute the majority of trucking companies, the heart of the Texas small business community. The trucking industry is the backbone of the Texas economy. When COVID-19 hit, drivers finally received the recognition they deserved for their tireless work to keep shelves stocked across the country. Many sacrificed their time from home so they wouldn't get their family sick and continue to work to ensure your family and mine had everything we needed. Just as we started seeing the end of the pandemic, Texas was rocked by a winter storm that left millions without power in a deep freeze. And once again, the trucking industry stepped up to ensure that Texans had access to life-saving fuel, food, and equipment. How fast we forget these events that unfolded right here in our home state. The sacrifices these drivers made to help families they didn't even know. But despite this, our own representatives are seeking to tax each of those small business owners. While these owner-operators get off work and drive their trucks home to see their family, we thank them for delivering the clothes on our backs and the food on our family's table. Yet as you watch them go home to their families, you plan to tax each mileage, taking more money away from them and the food on their family's table. John stated earlier that 4% of all vehicles in Texas and 12% are represented by trucking. 12% of all vehicle miles traveled in our state, and we pay 43% of all taxes owed by Texas motorists. In equivalent, that's 75 times more highway user fees than our cars do.
Thank you, Mr. Swedberg. Members, are there questions of this witness? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do what?
Don Dixon?
Yeah, he's gone.
We'll call him up so we
Okay.
can mark him.
All right. Chair calls Don Dixon. Don is not here.
Do
So
not testify against the bill.
we'll show that he did not testify, but he's against the bill.
Okay.
Terry.
Fran Rhodes.
Fran Rhodes, chair calls, she's gone, so we'll show her as did not testify and is against the bill.
Gregory Porter.
Chair calls Gregory Porter. We show that Gregory Porter did not testify, and we'll show him against the bill. Terry Hall, the chair calls Terry Hall. Terry, would you come forward, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Absolutely. Terry Hall with Texas Turf, Texans for Toll-Free Highways, and today also speaking on behalf of Grassroots America, We the People. A mileage tax is a toll tax for every mile you drive. We oppose tolls tolls and a mileage tax, one and the same in our view, for a number of reasons, but not the least of which is the lack of accountability, bureaucracy, and inefficiency in collecting it, and the endless increases that are sure to come. They will never go down, they will always go up, and it's likely quite precipitously. What's to keep this from becoming the congestion pricing that we see on toll lanes, where you're punished for having to drive during peak hours by having the cost explode when roads are congested? How's that the fault of working families or drivers? Today, we pay approximately 1 to 2 cents per mile in gasoline tax. Yes, it's a bargain. It can be adjusted, as others have been bringing up, rather than replaced, but I can guarantee you that a mileage tax will not start that low or stay that low, and certainly not for 20 years at a time. And of course, this disproportionately affects those in our rural areas that have to drive much longer distances. This will open the door to runaway taxes on driving, the likes of which we have never seen. Both the federal and state gas tax is in the hands of Congress and the legislature, where it belongs, our Ways and Means committees. elected officials that answer to we the people, as it should be. Lawmakers should never cede that power to bureaucrats unaccountable to the voters. This is also part of Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg's approach to punish those who choose to drive a fossil fuel-powered car. Well, what do I mean by that? They are all in on a war against anything that produces carbon. They don't want us to have gas-powered cars, stoves, lawnmowers, anything. What better way to control where people go, what they're allowed to drive, than to track and monitor every citizen's move through a mileage-based tracking system that can then be weaponized against fossil fuel-powered car owners, in particular, if their carbon usage is somehow determined to be unacceptable. While the pilot program will be used for commercial trucks, the bill still establishes a task force to study replacing the gas tax with a mileage tax applied to all cars. So we urge you to oppose this bill. It's in the GOP platform precisely. This got put in Plank 63 because of the fear of a mileage tax being imposed on Texans.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Are there any questions for this witness, members? Thank you very much. We got
Tom Smitty Smith.
the chair calls Tom Smitty Smith. Tom, would you come forward, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good afternoon, members, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tom Smith, or Smitty, and I'm director of the Texas Electric Transportation Resources Alliance. And I'm actually in favor of this bill. And I feel somewhat concerned standing here with all these people who are against me in my back, but I'm sure they're all well behaved. We support this because we're in a time of transition. And I want to say that electric vehicle owners want to pay their fair share and would certainly be willing to be part of this pilot. But this bill has to do with trucks and trucking. And I would bring to your attention that the trucking industry is changing very rapidly, and electrification is part of that transition. And what we're seeing is that there are a number of models transversing Texas highways today. The Amazon Rivian truck, there are a number of other electric vehicles being built by Ford, GM, now Dodge, the Nissan Peugeot Combine, that are going to be delivering packages to your house. If you haven't had one, it's quite a different experience because they're quiet. And the reason they're doing it is because it's not only cheaper to operate those vehicles, but because there's not a mechanism for taxing them for their fuel use. And let me also point out that the existing fleet of delivery vehicles, diesel or gas, pay significantly less for their road use than perhaps they deserve because they sit around and idle most of the time, and their fuel consumption does not equate to the amount of gas fees they pay because they operate at relatively low speed, so forth. So what we're suggesting here is this is a pilot. I've been around the legislature for a long time, and I've seen a lot of pilots not go further. And this is also something that is going to require the establishment of a periodic review by the legislature, should it, to answer Jerry's point, that this may become a tax that won't go away, just like the fuel tax. Periodic, it may not ever be raised once established. But what we think is this is a good first step to take a look at the opportunities for collecting not only from electric vehicles, but electric trucks, what they owe for road use. And we think this is a good way to do it. Now, there are some who are concerned about the government tracking you. I'll just point out that while we all think we've got all kinds of privacy safeguards on these phones, I get ads all the time driving down the highway when I'm on various apps, that mapping apps, that tell me there's a burger store coming up at the corner next to you. If McDonald's knows where I am, damn sure the government does. And I will tell you that just about every truck I've ever been in, has some sort of a phone or something very equivalent sitting out there right next to the driver, whether it's authorized or not. My friends, you're being tracked. The government probably knows where they are, they can find out, and they damn sure McDonald's does. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for carrying this bill.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against this measure? What's her name?
Hi, my name is Natalie eBay. I'm
Did
from
we
Leanne.
miss you? Did you register on this bill?
I did. At the kiosk. This morning at like 7:30.
What's your name?
Natalie, and the last name is eBay. It's spelled I-B-E.
I don't see it.
We don't show you as registered.
Okay, I thought I had.
Anyway, somebody here can register.
Register.
You register right over here. We'll. This is nearly as bad as a high-speed rail. Mm-hmm. I can't see any harm in a study.
I know, right?
Really
Needs
can't.
more info.
Really can't see.
I just think no one ever wants to raise the gas tax. What happens when we have all these electric vehicles and then we raise the gas tax?
Always needs a tax at the registration.
I know, but for the trucks, how do we mix it?
Yeah.
Right? 'Cause they're driving all the time.
On the yes, 2 years out. Yes. 2 years from September the 1st. Yeah. Oh, we still better vote. We still vote.
Yeah, we're still gonna vote.
She wrote it.
What's her name?
Hi, good evening. My name is Natalie
Hold on
eBay.
just a moment. We got to check and make sure it's made it to the,
Yes.
okay. Chair
I'm from
calls
Leander
Natalie Abbey,
eBay.
E.B.
It's Nigerian, actually.
Okay.
And I'm representing myself in True Texas Project. And I'm just kind of looking at a futuristic kind of look at this.
Are you on for or against?
Against.
Okay.
You know, my ex-husband, when he was a trucker, they had him electronically monitor his driving hours so that he wasn't driving too many hours a day. And I just compare it to what we're looking at in this bill. Number one, it wasn't digital, it was electronic. Number two, it was not onboarded to the vehicle, it was not part of that equipment. And number three, it was designed to monitor for safety. So when I look at this, I want to say just right off the bat that if I have to attach any monitoring device to my vehicle, electric or digital, as a sovereign citizen, I will not consent and I will not comply with that measure, with that endeavor to track my travel on a vehicle that I own, either personal or commercial. So for future reference, I will not consent and I will not comply, and neither will my family. I understand that the roads need to be made safe, but I don't agree with using the Internet of Things to that end. There is no guarantee that that information will not be hacked. There is no guarantee that if we put our children in the car, that there is not some hacker who is a criminal that would monitor their travel and know the location of those children. So this, I think, the Internet of Things it's a political, legal, technological, and scientific field of study. There are implications in all those areas. And I do not believe that this bill, this pilot study, is an appropriate way to try to solve the problem of taking care of our roads. I think there's many other options. And especially to try to make it for payment and to collect taxes at the expense of my personal privacy, at the significant risk of my loss of safety in my travels and with my private information. So for those reasons, I oppose this bill.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, are there any questions of this witness? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against this measure? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Canales to close on the measure.
So I appreciate all the testimony, and I appreciate truckers. You are the backbone of this country. There's no question. But here's the problem. Texas has 200,000 lane miles of roads that it owns, and it has to maintain and preserve those lane miles. The majority of the entire budget that we have, that we allocate through TxDOT, is used to maintain and preserve, meaning it is the pavement that we're having to maintain and preserve. Vehicles consume pavement. The heavier the vehicle, the more pavement it consumes. The study that was placed before the legislature last session shows that commercial vehicles clearly are the largest consumers. The problem with that is this isn't directed at the trucking company, it's directed at the public at large who's getting subsidized. My Apple should cost more, your TV should cost more because of the pavement that it consumes to get there. Now the reality is, how do we keep paying for that? Well, we're underfunding transportation to the tune of $7 billion a year. We've already reached the tipping point that we cannot almost add new lane miles because we can barely pay to preserve the 200,000 that we already have. So the thing is, it is the truth, and the reality is everybody's getting a free ride. Texas is almost giving us, it's almost like a welfare state when it comes to transportation. And if we're not paying our fair share of what we consume, then we're going to go broke because we're already at that tipping point. So the question becomes, how do we solve it? How do we pay for it? Do you not, should we not pay for it? Well, you already are paying per mile. When you pay the gas tax, you're paying a per mile fee because of the mileage that the car consumes, period. And so the question becomes, is that enough? Not even close. Not even close. So your gas tax doesn't even remotely get close to paying back Texas for what it spends to preserve and maintain the roads. So everybody's getting a free ride, and at what end? Well, everybody loves Texas highways and everybody loves Texas infrastructure, but it won't be that great for that long because the population is scheduled to double. That means twice as many cars and twice as many people on the road. So if we don't figure out a way that people pay their fair share, which is the pavement you consume, is the most equitable way to move forward. Now, I hear the tracking concerns and I hear the black helicopters too. But the reality is this, we're getting a free ride. Texas and Texans should be paying their fair share. This is not a welfare state, and we should be paying for what we consume. And that's what this bill is about, is studying how to do that. It's not imposing a VMT on anybody. It's saying, let's start looking, let's start researching, let's try to inform ourselves before we have roads like Arkansas. Thank you.
At this time, the chair withdraws the committee substitute to House Bill 3418. Thank you, Chairman Canales. HB 3418 will be left pending at this time.
So we're going to vote now. So, members, I will do this, and I promise you faster than you've ever seen it.
Oh, no. Accuracy is important.
Chair lays out HB 1885 as pending business. HB 1885 is Chairman Canales' bill related to the authority of the Texas Transportation Commission to establish variable speed limits. Representative Rainey moves that HB 1885 without amendments be reported to the full House. The recommendation do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Canales.
Aye.
Rainey.
Aye.
Ashby. Aye. Davis.
Aye.
Gomez. Aye. Harrison Williamson. Aye. Landgraf.
Aye.
Lozano.
Aye.
Lujan. Ordaz. Aye. Patterson.
Aye.
Perez. Aye. Romero. There being 11 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails.
The chair lays out HB 53 as pending business. HB 53 is Representative Thompson's bill related to the exemption of registration fees for certain vehicles used by nonprofit disaster relief programs. Representative Lozano moves that HB 53 without amendments be reported to the full House with the recommendation do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Canales.
Aye.
Rainey. Ashby. Davis. Gomez. Harrison Williamson. Landgraf. Lozano. Lujan. Ordaz. Patterson. Perez. Romero. 11 ayes.
Being 11 ayes and 0 nays, and motion prevails. The chair lays out HB 1846 is pending business. 1846 is Representative Ashby's bill related to the skill set required for a commercial driver's license for certain commercial learner's permit holders. Representative Ordaz moves that HB 1846 without amendments be reported to the full House with the recommendation do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Canales.
Aye.
Rainey. Ashby. Davis. Gomez. Harrison Williamson. Landgraf. Lozano. Lujan. Ordaz. Patterson. Perez. Romero. 11.
Being 11 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out HB 1461 as pending business. HB 1461 is Representative Guillen's bill related to the reimbursement of the excess costs incurred by the recipient of certain grants awarded to the Texas Department of Transportation. Representative Ordaz moves that HB 1461 without amendments be reported to the full House with the recommendation do pass and be printed. The clerk call the roll.
Hold on, I think we missed
No.
53. Did you do 53?
Yeah.
Canales.
Aye.
Rainey. Ashby. Davis. Gomez. Harrison Williamson. Landgraf. Lozano. Lujan. Ordaz. Patterson. Perez. Romero. 11.
Being 11 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out HB 1277 is pending business. 1277 is Representative Kane's bill related to the pedestrian use of the sidewalk. Representative Ordaz moves that HB 1277 without amendments be reported to the full House with the recommendation do pass and be printed. The clerk call the roll.
Canales.
Aye.
Rainey. Ashby. Davis.
Pass me up, let me figure this out.
Gomez. Harrison Williamson. Landgraf. Lozano. Lujan. Ordaz. Patterson. Perez. Romero. Davis.
This is so stupid.
There being 11 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out HB 78 as pending business. HB 78 is Representative Ortega's bill related to the authorization of the referendum and optional county fee on vehicle registration in certain counties. Representative Ordaz moves that HB 78 without amendments be reported to the full House. Recommendation do pass and be printed. The clerk call the roll.
Canales.
Aye.
Rainey. Ashby. Davis. Gomez. Harrison Williamson. Landgraf. Lozano. Lujan. Ordaz. Patterson. Perez. Romero.
There being 10 ayes and 1 nay, the motion prevails. The chair lays out HB 1379 as pending business. HB 1379 is Representative Ortega's bill related to the development and operation of urban green space and aesthetic enhancements located above, adjacent to, or connected to an interstate highway. Representative Perez moves that HB 1379 without amendments be reported to the full House. The recommendation do pass and be printed. The clerk call the roll.
Canales.
Aye.
Rainey. Ashby. Davis. Gomez. Harrison Williamson. Landgraf. Lozano. Lujan. Ordaz. Patterson. Perez. Romero.
There being 9 ayes and 2 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out HB 1415 is pending business. 1450 is Representative Raymond's bill related to lighting equipment requirements for motor vehicles. Representative Lozano moves that HB 1450 without amendments be reported to the full House. The recommendation do pass and be printed. The clerk call the roll.
Canales.
Aye.
Rainey. Ashby. Davis. Gomez. Harrison Williamson. Landgraf. Lozano. Lujan. Ordaz. Patterson. Perez. Romero. 11.
There be 11 ayes and 0 nays. The motion prevails. The chair lays out HB 1196 as pending business. HB 1196 is Representative Romero's bill relating to the certain contracts regarding airports operated on behalf of local government. Representative Ordaz moves it to substitute to HB 96 be adopted. Is there any objection? There be no objection, the substitute is adopted. Representative Ordaz moves that HB 1196 is substituted to be reported to the full House with the recommendation due pass, be printed, be sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk call the roll.
Canales.
Aye.
Rainey. Ashby. Davis. Gomez. Harrison Williamson. Landgraf. Lozano. Lujan. Ordaz. Patterson. Perez. Romero.
There being 11 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out HB 1521 is pending business. 1521 is Representative Ordaz's bill related to the transportation of dogs in open or truck or trailer beds in certain counties. Representative Bettis moves that substitute HB 1521 be adopted. Is there any objection? There be no objection, the substitute's adopted. Representative Bettis moves that HB 1521 is substituted to be reported to the full House with the recommendation due pass, be printed, be sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. Clerk call the roll.
Canales.
Aye.
Rainey. Ashby. Davis. Gomez. Harrison Williamson. Landgraf. Lozano. Lujan. Ordaz. Patterson. Perez. Romero.
Being 11 ayes and 0 nays in the motion.
10. Ashby walked.
Oh, there be 10 ayes, 0 nays. The motion prevails. The chair lays out HB 2190 is pending business. 2190 is Representative Canales' bill related to the terminology used to describe transportation-related accidents. Representative Ordaz moves that the substitute to HB 2190 be adopted. Is there any objection? There be no objection. The substitute is adopted. Representative Ordaz moves that HB 2190 is substituted to be reported to the full House with the recommendation due pass and be printed. Be due pass and be printed. The clerk call the roll.
Canales.
Aye.
Rainey. Ashby. Davis. Gomez. Harrison Williamson. Landgraf. Lozano. Lujan. Ordaz. Patterson. Perez. Romero. 9.
Being 9 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. Members, that concludes today's agenda. Thank you for your participation. Is there any further business for the committee to address? Nothing further. The chair moves to adjourn. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the committee stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair. The time is 5:31.